You'd think people who scrubbed their clothes in stale pee would be the last ones to outlive a plague. I'm your bedtime historian, and tonight you'll see just how wrong you'd be. Picture a steaming cauldron of soap bubbling behind a crooked thatch cottage. Picture the smell of wood, ash-sharp herbs, and the faint sting of ammonia drifting down a muddy village lane. Imagine villagers with cracked hands dipping linen shirts into mixtures so pungent they'd scare away fleas before the cloth even dried. What else did they know? Long before we bottled hand sanitizer in neat plastic tubes, if you like your history with a side of strange hygiene tricks and a sprinkle of earthy sarcasm, hit like and subscribe. Who knows, it might keep my voice droning in your ear a few minutes longer tonight, clean hands and all. If you ever drift off mid-story, come back and whisper which ancient cleaning ritual you dare try in your own laundry room. Now dim, the lamps settle under your blanket, and follow me back to a place where soap saved lives when no one even knew what a microbe was. You stand near the smoky doorway of a medieval hut, watching a village wife stir a pot of something thick and gray. You can smell it from your spot by the door: wood ash, sheep fat, dried lavender, and a trace of rain-damp linen. This, surprisingly, is the first defense many villagers had against festering wounds and the invisible pestilence drifting through their cramped, drafty world. It's easy to believe medieval folk were filthy. Historians love to say they rarely bathed, never brushed, lived ankle-deep in mud. But under the grime, you'd find people quietly perfecting recipes that modern biologists would later recognize as surprisingly antibacterial. The secret ash lye animal fats, pungent herbs boiled into rough gray soap bricks. A single cake of this homemade soap could outlast a household's entire winter if rationed wisely. Families guarded their recipes as fiercely as they guarded the year's salted pork. The neighborhood gossip always knew who diluted their lye with too much water, or who snuck in cheaper ashes from soft wood fires instead of the stronger hardwood coals that made a sharper clean. One record from a small English parish hints that soap-making circles were mostly run by women grandmothers passing down tricks for getting the ratios right, scraping cauldrons clean so no one wasted a scrap of the precious fat. Some scholars argue whether this local wisdom spread from trade guilds, folk traditions, or the influence of returning crusaders who'd seen soap used in the Middle East. The paper trail is thin, but the lumps of well-worn soap in archaeological digs tell their own sudsy tale. Picture yourself now stepping inside that hut. The hearth flickers as the soap woman lifts her ladle, testing the thickness. She drops a sprig of rosemary into the mix, not just for the pleasant smell, but for its insect-repelling oils. You wonder how many coughs and sores were quietly soothed by this humble gray bar, cracked and drying, on a wooden shelf near the smoke hole. In an age when doctors prescribed bloodletting more often than washing, these village soaps were secret weapons. They washed out shallow cuts, cleaned infected cloth, and scrubbed hands after mucking stalls or gutting fish. Some nobles even imported fancy Castile soaps from far-off ports, white oily bricks wrapped in waxed cloth, prized enough to be kept under lock and key. But the real workhorses were the village blocks, rough as a pumice stone and twice as necessary. Sometimes the ash lye was so strong it burned skin if left too long. Grandmothers knew to rinse fast dunk hands in fresh water and coat cracked knuckles with tallow balm afterward. An old superstition claimed that if you didn't rinse the soap off properly, evil spirits might cling to your skin and sneak into your dreams. Oddly enough, The only real threat was chemical lye burns and raw red fingertips. You watch the soap woman pour the thick, glistening mixture into a wooden mold lined with linen scraps. She smooths the top with a knife. The block will harden overnight by the hearth, cut into slabs at dawn, then stored away in wicker baskets hung from the ceiling beams, safe from mice children and nosy neighbors who might be tempted to borrow a chunk when no one's looking. It's tempting to romanticize this quiet, bubbling cauldron, but keep your nose sharp. The process stank. Ash lye had to be strained through barrels of soaked wood. Animal fats were boiled until the smell could turn your stomach. And yet, if you cracked open a plague diary from the same village, you'd see who survived. Longer families with soap and scalding kettles fared better than neighbors without. Today, we flick a pump bottle and think nothing of it. Back then, every soapy wash felt like an insurance policy against the constant threat of pus boils and worse. Medieval housewives knew it instinctively. Clean cloth, clean wounds, and a stinging scrub were worth the raw skin. Oddly enough, historians still argue whether widespread soap use genuinely lowered infection rates, or if it merely reflected the households who already had better nutrition, sturdier roofs, and the means to boil more than just soup bones. It's a riddle stuck between the lines of parish records and folk recipes scribbled on brittle parchment. For now, you step back into the soft chill of a village dusk. The soap block sits cooling, the hearth glows. In a few hours, someone will cut that block, wrap the pieces in cloth, and tuck them away beside drying herbs and salted hams. Quiet little bricks of gray, saving lives, in secret, one lye burn at a time. Tomorrow, you'll stand by the kettle again, boiling not just soap, but every drop of water that might pass your lips. Because if you thought stale urine baths were strange, wait until you find out how a simple boiling pot held back waves of plague. A faint hiss of bubbling water drifts through the rafters as you slip back toward the village hearth. Here, under a thatch roof, darkened by years of smoke, a woman squats over a battered iron pot, poking at the fire with a stick that's more charcoal than wood. You'd never guess that inside this humble vessel lies one of medieval Europe's quietest shields against pestilence. Plain, rolling boiling water. Before chemists named germs, before microscopes gave shape to the unseen, villagers learned by hard experience that raw water could kill. Wells turned sour, streams ran foul after a single dead sheep upstream. So, they did what they could. They boiled. Soups, stews, weak beer, thin broth, anything to make water safe, without even knowing exactly why it worked. A soft clatter from the hearth pulls you closer. You see the lid lift steam, rising into the rafters, mixing with the smell of old straw and mutton fat. The children hover near bowls in hand, waiting for the thin soup to cool. They don't know it, but this cloudy brew is the reason they'll see the spring. A surprising number of medieval families grasp this. When in doubt, make it boil. Monasteries were some of the earliest adopters of large-scale boiling. Records tell of monks who heated water daily for broths, ale brewing, and humble washing rituals. Some historians argue whether these practices spread to the village by the monks' charity, offering soup to the sick and weary at the gate, or whether it was simple peasant sense. Boiling made soup taste better and kept bad humors at bay. It's easy to picture a noble stone hall, roaring fires, spit-roasted meat. But the real health miracle happened in these small, smoky cottages. A humble clay pot over the hearth, a steady boil, a mother's watchful eye for scum and cloudiness. These were the unseen barriers to typhoid, dysentery, or whatever name people gave the sudden wave of belly aches that carried away whole families. You watch the woman add a pinch of dried herbs to the pot sage, perhaps, or a scrap of leek. Not just for flavor, strong herbs masked the taste of slightly stale water, made the soup smell clean. Even if the stream behind the cottage ran brown in winter floods, some scholars remain puzzled by how consistently this practice appeared in peasant diaries and church records alike, suggesting a wider wisdom than dusty textbooks once admitted. Boiled water also birthed beer. Weak small beer was the standard drink for rich and poor alike. Children drank it, old men sipped it warm at dawn. Brewing required a rolling boil, killing off what no one could see, leaving behind a mild sour liquid, safer than the pond or well. Brew day was a communal affair. Women stirred, gossiped, tasted the mash with wooden spoons. Any excuse to boil water again and again was good enough when the stakes were invisible but deadly. There's an old superstition, too. Villagers whispered that letting water die cold in the pot was bad luck, that unboiled water carried spirits that made children cough, and cows stopped giving milk. Whether they feared spirits or bacteria makes no difference, they boiled. They survived. You shift closer to the hearth, warming your hands on the stone. It's not a grand invention, no glimmering sword, or cunning siege engine, just a battered pot, an open flame, and centuries of trial and error. But ask any plague chronicler which households outlasted the worst waves, and you'll find that behind those heavy doors, the kettle never cooled. In some regions, boiling water for washing was just as important. After childbirth, midwives soaked cloths in scalding broth to wipe down newborns. Bathhouses heated vats to splash over stone benches, scrubbing away more than just dirt. There's no scholarly consensus on how much this truly prevented infections, but the link between hot water and health was strong enough to pass from hearth to hearth, from mother to daughter, monk to farmer. Now the children by the hearth slurp their soup. You watch steam fog, their cheeks, see the flicker of the fire in their wide eyes. Somewhere outside, disease waits in the mud and rat burrows. But tonight, the family is fed, and the water is safe, at least safer than the stream that trickles by the cabbage patch. You imagine how many lives hinged on this simple ritual, lifting the lid, waiting for bubbles, watching steam swirl up to stain the thatch black over generations. Modern pipes and filters make us forget the gamble our ancestors faced with every sip. Yet here in this cottage, the kettle guards the family as fiercely as any sword. A small clatter breaks the spell. The mother ladles the last spoonfuls into wooden bowls, gestures for her oldest to fetch more firewood. Tomorrow, they'll boil again. Soup for breakfast, barley beer for the men in the fields. Over and over, a quiet rebellion against a world that didn't care if they drank death in every mouthful. And if you think chewing on burnt sticks to clean your teeth sounds like an odd next step, wait until you crouch beside the village's ash heap and watch a peasant pick out the best charcoal for scrubbing away yesterday's stale ale and cabbage stew. The crackle of a dying hearth follows you out into the night air. Step softly past the soap blocks. The bubbling kettles follow the faint crunch of charcoal underfoot, all the way to the village's ash heap behind the cottages. It's here, under the pale lantern of the moon, that you see a young farmhand stooped over a mound of spent embers, fingers blackened as he rummages for just the right stick. No toothbrush, no minty foam, no neatly branded bristles in a plastic blister pack. Just a sliver of soft charcoal warm from last night's hearth, soon to become the cheapest dental routine in Europe. You watch him snap the stick in half, test its edge with a fingernail, then wedge it between his teeth. A few chews, a slow roll across the gums, tiny flecks of soot sticking to lips already chapped from winter wind. Modern hygiene textbooks skip this detail long before toothpaste villagers knew that soft charcoal scraped away grime better than cold water alone. Charcoal's mild grit, polished yellowed teeth scoured the film of stale ale and stewed onions and dulled the ache of rank breath. You picture the same lad tomorrow at the market flashing a grin just a shade less grimy than the butcher's apprentice beside him. Some historians shrug off medieval dental care as laughably primitive, but they still puzzle over hints of blackened chew sticks found in peasant digs from England to Eastern Europe. Surviving household accounts describe lumps of birch or hazel charcoal stashed near the hearth, saved for cleansing of the mouth. Was it foolproof? Hardly. Rotting molars and jaw abscesses still haunted even the cleanest mouth, but the village trick was better than nothing. And for some, better than herbal mouthwashes that cost more than a week's grain. Imagine it. Now you squat by the embers, rub a thumb across a cooled chunk, feel the silky grit. Some households mix this charcoal with salt or ground sage for extra bite. A quick chew, a rinse with cold, well water, a half smile that might last just long enough to barter for eggs without sending the neighbor reeling from your breath. Researchers continue to debate whether charcoal chewing spread west from Arab traders who brought tales of black tooth powder and stick brushes centuries before. Others claim it emerged independently wherever hearths produced the right kind of soft, crumbly wood ash. Either way, these tiny sticks carried a quiet promise, fresh breath in an age when garlic soup and salted fish made every conversation a test of endurance. The irony, some noble households turned up their noses at peasant tricks, preferring rosewater gargles and ground oyster shells, a gritty paste that scoured enamel until the gums bled. Meanwhile, the village lad, with his humble charcoal stick, avoided the worst of morning breath, with a trick his grandmother taught him while she stoked the fire. You watch him now, flicking away the spent splinters, spitting a fleck of ash onto the frozen ground. Tomorrow, he'll find another stick, maybe share one with his sister if she nags him enough. One more secret scrub, one more quiet rebellion against toothache and foul gossip. As dawn creeps up behind the cottages, the lad lingers by the ashes. Maybe he wonders if this ritual will fade someday forgotten, when someone invents a powder in a tin, or a bristled brush carved from bone. Maybe he doesn't wonder at all, just snaps another twig, and chews, because his breath says more about him than the ragged tunic on his back. A soft wind stirs the ash heap. Embers sigh, then go dark. You leave the lad to his quiet routine and drift down the path toward the village dairy, where yesterday's milk waits in clay pots, cool enough to fool the sun. It's here among damp straw and stacked pots that you'll see the next hidden trick. No wires, no buzzing compressors, just clever clay seeping coolness into cream and cheese, centuries before the word refrigerator ever hummed behind a kitchen door. The sun's first rays break over the thatched roofs as you slip inside a low shed behind the main cottage. The floor is packed earth-cool and slightly damp. Against one wall, rows of stout clay pots stand like silent sentinels' lids, sealed tight with scraps of linen and thin twine. To modern eyes, they look like nothing, just ordinary jars, waiting for soup bones or pickled cabbage. But lean closer. Put your palm against the clay. Feel the chill. In a world With no humming refrigerator, no frozen shelves stacked with plastic-wrapped convenience, these humble pots were a miracle of physics hidden in plain sight. The villagers called them butter jars, milk crocks, meat keepers, anything but refrigerators. Yet here, in the cool shadows, fresh dairy and butchered cuts lingered days longer than they ever should have under the summer sun. How clay and water, the simplest science, a porous pot, a damp cloth, a breeze that wicks heat away, drop by drop. Evaporative cooling, nothing new, yet everything to the families who depended on it. You picture a mother crouched over a pot, ladling fresh milk inside before dusk turned it sour. She drapes a wet rag over the lid, sets the jar in a shallow dish of water. By morning, the milk will be a little cooler, the cream a little thicker, safe to skim for butter, while flies buzz uselessly outside the linen barrier. Some historians argue whether peasants learned this trick from older desert cultures or invented it by watching how a damp cellar always felt cooler than the sun-baked yard. There's no tidy record, just shards of clay pots buried near medieval farmsteads, their interiors slick with a ghost of sour cream. Scholars dig them up, brush off centuries of dirt, and guess at the clever hands that stack them in shady corners. You move closer to the line of pots. One lid sits ajar. Inside, pale cheese curds float in way firm and fresh enough to crumble over barley bread. In the far corner, a bigger jar rests inside a clay basin. Water seeps up its sides, cooling the mutton chunks within just enough to keep rot at bay. No ice, no coils humming under metal. Just sweat clay and patience. Even in cities, wealthy merchants used versions of this trick. Cellars lined with thick stone cisterns, dripping with cold runoff clay. Amphorae sunk into sand. Each method a quiet nod to the same simple principle. Keep food cool. Keep people fed. Keep sickness waiting just a little longer at the door. For the average villager, though the clay pot was a lifeline when markets were far and meat spoiled fast, a stolen chicken could mean the difference between feasting and famine, but only if you could hide it from the heat until the stew pot was ready. And so, under rough cloth lids, in the darkest corner of a hearthroom or barn, families tucked their precious scraps away from the summer's greedy warmth. Some households even buried pots partway underground to catch the cold belly of the earth. Children learned early to watch for leaks, to change the damp cloths draped over the lids, to listen for the faint gurgle that told you the water seal was doing its quiet work. There's no scholarly consensus on how widespread these tricks were. Village inventories mention pots and crocks, but rarely bother to explain how they were used. Perhaps because everyone knew. Picture yourself kneeling in the packed earth, pressing your fingertips to the side of a jug. You feel the slick condensation under your thumb. The dairy inside rests safe for one more day, while cows chew cud in the distant pasture. Tomorrow, fresh milk will join what's left, the cycle repeating until cold winds come, and nature itself lends a helping hand. Modern eyes might scoff at this mud-brown container. What good is a pot against a July sun? But these villagers trusted it more than the markets. A cool pot could buy time a few extra meals before hunger and spoilage found their way in. A quirky rumor lingers too. Some old wives swore that keeping a sliver of iron like a rusty nail inside the pot made milk spoil slower. There's no science behind it, no study proving the nail's worth. But find a pot in an abandoned farmstead, crack it open, and more than one archaeologist has puzzled over tiny flecks of metal rust hidden in a film of dried whey. You stand now, brushing dirt from your knees, glancing one last time at the row of clay guardians in the dawn light. No locks, no humming machinery, just human hands, wet cloth, and quiet clay secrets warding off the rot. Tomorrow, the same mother will press her palm to the lid, lift it, sniff the cream. Maybe she'll churn it into butter, wrap it in cool cabbage leaves, trade it for bread or a sliver of salted herring. It's a fragile dance with spoilage that only ends when the first frost comes to help, or when luck runs out and the pot's cool shell gives way to heat flies and the sour stink that says, supper's lost. And if you think stale urine has no place in this tale, you'd best hold your breath, because just beyond the dairy, shed under the clothesline, strung with yellowed tunics and rough wool hose, waits the sharpest, strangest cleaning ritual your modern nose could barely stand to sniff. Slip around the corner of the clay pot shed and brace yourself. Your sleepy historian nose is about to twitch. Here, at the back of a muddy yard, stands a large wooden tub, half filled with something that would make any modern laundry day feel like a spa-stale, sour, eye-watering human urine. It sounds too foul to be true, yet there it is, a prized tool in the medieval cleaning arsenal, known politely as chamber lye. In villages where soap was precious and bleach was centuries from a chemistry lab, families turned to what they had in plenty yesterday's pot. Nothing went to waste, not even bodily waste. Instead, they collected it in clay jugs, letting it sit until the sharp ammonia smell grew strong enough to lift stains and scare fleas away. You stand a safe distance back as a washerwoman dips a bundle of linen shirts into the tub. Steam curls in the cold morning air as she adds hot water ladled straight from the hearth kettle, turning stale pee into a rough and ready disinfectant bath. Some households even paid neighbors to contribute to the collection. The more the smellier, the better. Modern noses wrinkle at the thought, but urine's ammonia worked wonders on grease sweat, and the grime ground into tunics by muddy lanes and soot-heavy hearths. Even the Romans used it. Public urinals fed full barrels, which fullers then stomped with bare feet to scrub the city's togas white again. Medieval folk took that legacy and made it their own soaking linens for hours before rinsing them in the stream out back. You can almost hear the slap of wet cloth against the washboard, a rhythm older than soap guilds, and fancy lye bars. Historians still argue how widespread urine bleaching really was. Some say only city fullers did it. Others find hints in village inventories that prove even peasants knew its sharp secret. Bits of folklore drift through parish records, prayers mumbled while dipping a bishop's robes, jokes whispered about whose household made the strongest brew. Picture the washerwoman now, her cracked hands red from the ammonia's bite sleeves rolled high as she works the cloth back and forth. She'll rinse it 3, 4, 5 times, then spread it out on the hedgerow to dry in the sun, pale and sharp-smelling, but free of fleas, and half the stains that clung to rough wool and linen all winter. There's a quirky trick, too. Some old folk swore that adding wood ash to the urine tub made the brew bite harder, stripping grease better than lye alone. It's a rough mix: stale pea fireplace, ashes, hot water, and elbow grease. No bottle of lavender-scented detergent, no gentle spin cycle. Just the raw power of human waste turned to human advantage. Researchers continue to debate whether urine baths truly made cloth safer from plague, or simply gave people one more reason to boil and scrub what might carry sickness. Some surviving town ordinances regulated who could dump, where, how often washhouses could pour out their reeking brew into the street. But behind every legal line is the same stubborn truth. People found a way to clean what needed cleaning, however, nose-wrinkling the method. Now, you shift your weight, careful not to slip in the muddy runoff near the tub. A thin steam rises, where rinse water trickles toward the vegetable patch, another odd link in this circle of reuse. Some villagers believed the diluted remains of these bleach baths made fine fertilizer, returning the strength of waste back to the cabbage rows and onion beds. You watch as the washerwoman hauls the dripping cloth to a wooden bench. She wrings it out by hand arms, straining flicks droplets from her fingertips. Tomorrow, she'll scrub another batch, trading gossip with neighbors over whose breeches needed the longest soak. There's no soap commercial here, just sharp air-red knuckles and clothes that stand a better chance against lice and sickness than a tunic left grimy all winter. And so, step by step, you see the strange wisdom that lurked under medieval dirt and soot. The same folk who brewed soap from ashes and fats also poured chamber pots into tubs, armed with a nose for survival and a patience for smells that would send your modern washing machine into revolt. You step back from the tub, now careful not to splash your boots. A stiff breeze carries the sharp scent away past the hedge where bundles of rosemary hang, drying on a line. Their soft green sprigs sway gently in the wind, nature's next answer to fleas and plague. It's here, under the hedge's shifting shadows, that the villagers gather tiny bundles of herbs. Rosemary, juniper, lavender, threaded tight with twine, ready to tuck into pocket sleeves and bed linens. Another layer of protection, as quiet and stubborn as the soap block, the boiled kettle, the clay pot. Tonight those bundles might be the only barrier between a sleeping child and the fleas that carry sickness on their tiny backs. But for now, the washerwoman stands, stretching her shoulders as the first clean shirt flutters dry. A strange ritual, half practical, half desperate magic scrub rinse, hang repeat until winter's damp fog rolls in and fresh air does the rest. And if you think herbs in pockets are curious, just wait until you peek inside the next cottage, where a jar of wriggling leeches rests in the dark, waiting to drain fever from flesh with their soft, silent bite. Slip past the drying linen, past the rows of rosemary bundles, quivering like green flags against the hedge. Step softly through the cold dusk and into the darkest corner of a cottage back room, where on a battered shelf, above the grain bin, sits a small clay jar. Peer inside if you dare. A slow, slithering movement greets you. Leeches slick and dark as river pebbles twist lazily in stale water. You flinch maybe, but the villager watching you doesn't. To them, this jar is no horror. It's a kind of insurance policy. When fevers spike or the winter chill sparks a cough that rattles down into the lungs, the jar comes out. A thin slip of cloth, a warm hand to guide the squirming creature, a few whispered prayers, and the leech does what medieval folk believed it did best: draw the sickness away, drop by glistening drop. It sounds barbaric, the kind of thing you'd expect from a quack doctor with bloodshot eyes and a rusty blade. But leeching was strangely democratic, available to peasant and noble alike. The village midwife knew how to slip a leech behind an ear to ease a pounding head. A barber surgeon on the high street might strap half a dozen to a swollen joint. There was logic crude, but not entirely foolish drain. A little blood, lower pressure, maybe calm a roaring fever when other remedies failed. Modern historians still debate how useful leech therapy really was. Some argue it did more harm than good, weakening already frail bodies. Others point out that in rare cases of dangerously high blood pressure, losing a few ounces of blood might have offered genuine relief. Records are patchy half lost in church ledgers and traveling apothecary notes, but the jars remain found, buried near hearths, tucked in farm cellars, even smuggled under bed frames during plague times when desperate families tried everything to stay one step ahead of death. Picture the scene. A grandmother pinches her grandson's arm, pressing a wriggling leech against his thin skin. The boy winces, then relaxes as the creature clings on. There's no shriek, no drama, just a soft drip of dark blood into a rag when the leech finally lets go. Afterward, a dab of herbal salve, a whispered promise that the sickness will drain away by morning. There's a curious twist to this tale, too. Leeches were valuable trade goods carried in damp barrels by traveling merchants. Apothecaries kept them in small ponds, feeding them scraps of animal flesh to keep them hungry for paying customers. Peasants caught their own in muddy streams at dawn, slipping barefoot into chill water to scoop the squirming prizes into clay pots. One good catch could be swapped for a chicken, a pot of honey, or a pair of clean boots at the market. You stand in the shadows, now watching the tiny jar pulse with movement. Somewhere outside the world feels a little cleaner thanks to soap blocks and boiled kettles, but inside, flesh fevers still lurk. So the villagers hedge their bets. Some trust the kettle, some trust the leech. Sometimes both, sometimes neither, when the pox or plague shows up at the door anyway. The irony lingers, these creatures so soft and silent in the jar inspired fear and fascination in equal measure. In old folk stories, witches sent leeches to drain virtue from sinners, while village healers blessed them as tools from God-living syringes in an age before needles and gauze. You drift closer. The jar's rim is slick with condensation. Beside it, a bundle of linen strips waits makeshift bandages for bites that won't stop bleeding cleanly. In the corner, a low cot creaks as a boy turns in fevered sleep. His mother dozes by his side, one hand resting protectively over the jar, as if she can keep the sickness from crawling back in. Some scholars remain puzzled by how quickly leeching spread from fancy court physicians to the humblest cottage. Was it folk wisdom passed by traveling barbers, or did village midwives piece it together from riverbank tricks learned in secret? The records bicker, but offer no final answer. A log shifts in the hearth, sending up a hiss of sparks. The boy stirs, then settles again. In the darkness, the jar glimmers faintly under the coal's glow. Tiny shadows, flicking their tails, waiting for dawn, or the next fever to come knocking. Outside, the winter air snaps at your collar as you step from the hush of the sick room back into the open lane. You leave the leeches coiled in their clay prison and follow the path toward another quiet cure, not a living creature this time, but a bulb plucked fresh from the garden. A squat, sharp onion, ready to become a humble poultice pressed against wounds and whispered about in hearthside tales as a secret infection drawer. So take one last look at the jar, then pull your cloak tighter. Somewhere up ahead, a mother waits with a knife, a cloth, and an onion sliced open, hoping its sting might pull the fever from a burn or a bite just as the leech drained what it could. It's not pretty. It's not perfect. But here in the hush of the medieval village, every trick is one more thin thread of hope against a sickness that never sleeps. The cold lane leads you away from the leech jar and its soft, secretive squirming. You step lightly through frozen mud until you reach a small garden patch ringed by broken wattle fencing. Beneath the pale dawn, frost still clings to limp cabbage leaves and patches of winter onion tops poking through last season's straw. Here is where the next medieval hack hides in plain sight: the humble onion poultice. No fine vials, no gleaming scalpels, just a bulb, a sharp knife, and the stubborn belief that nature's sharpest flavors could tug poison out of the skin. Inside a nearby cottage, you find the ritual in progress. A mother leans over a splintered table, her knife slicing through an onion's brittle skin. The air stings your nose before you even step inside. A boy sniffles beside her, his forearm wrapped in a rough cloth that's already dark with pus from a shallow cut that never quite healed. Tonight, instead of prayers alone, he'll get an onion poultice, a pungent bandage pressed against a wound that ached through half the winter. You watch as she folds the diced onion into a square of clean linen, warming it gently near the hearth coals before pressing it against the boy's arm. He hisses once, but says nothing else. A faint sheen of sweat glimmers on his brow as he closes his eyes and lets the smell fill the room. Modern medicine might roll its eyes. What good is a root vegetable against an infection that can turn to fever overnight? But before penicillin, the folk belief ran deep. Onions drew out poison. Something about their sharp bite, their teary tang, villagers swore the bulb pulled bad humors from cuts and boils, leaving wounds to close cleanly once the pus gave up its fight. Some historians claim this idea wandered in from ancient herbal practices older than any parish record. Others say the practice sprouted naturally, wherever onions grew cheap and plentiful kitchens, root cellars, or garden rows, tucked against every village fence line. There's no scholarly consensus, just brittle scraps of herbal books, and centuries-old ledger notes listing onion cloth among other curious remedies. You stand near the hearth, listening to the soft crackle as the mother warms another square of cloth. The boy stirs, flexing his fingers as the sharp scent fills the room. Tomorrow, she might mash garlic into the mix or pack the wound with a smear of honey, another folk trick for coaxing out infection. Layer by layer, these humble kitchen cures stacked up where doctors were rare, and gold for a surgeon's visit rarer still. There's a practical wisdom to it. Onions did have mild antiseptic qualities, nothing like a modern salve, but sometimes enough to soothe swelling or soften hardened sores. In some places, poultices even found their way onto the neck or chest, pressed warm to help break a stubborn cough. Some old wives claimed an onion on the soles of the feet could draw fever down and out, though scholars today dismiss it as wishful superstition mixed with luck. Still, the records argue. One parish burial roll shows families who used poultices living longer than neighbors who did nothing at all. Others point out that a clean cloth and frequent fresh onions might have mattered more than the bulbs bite-forcing villagers to wash wounds that otherwise festered under dirty wraps. You shift closer as the mother peels away the first cloth, examining the raw pink skin beneath. She frowns, then nods satisfied for tonight. Into the embers goes the spent poultice, hissing softly as onion juices sizzle and pop. A fresh square waits on the table, ready for the next binding if the wound flares again by dawn. A quirky detail lingers in the room's chill air. In some villages, families stuck onion halves in the corners of a sick room overnight, believing they'd soak up the illness drifting in stale breath. It makes you wonder how much of folk medicine was about the cure and how much was about giving people something to do, some small ritual to cling to when real help was days away by muddy road. Beside the hearth, a battered chest holds the family's supply-netted bags of last autumn's onions stacked alongside dried rosemary and a bundle of garlic braids. The same root that flavored soup and kept stew from turning bland also stood guard over festering cuts and winter coughs. Researchers continue to debate how much it worked, but the soft records letters, diaries, scribbled household notes whisper that something kept hope alive in these simple bulbs. Maybe it was real. Maybe it was the comfort of action when sickness pressed close. The mother ties off the fresh poultice, tucks the blanket under her son's chin, and finally sits back on her stool, exhaling through cracked lips. Outside, the garden rows wait under frost for spring's thaw, when new shoots of green will promise another year's worth of humble cures. Tomorrow, the boy may wake with less pain, maybe not. But tonight, wrapped in the warm onion sting, in his mother's careful watch, he has one more slim chance to see the orchard bloom again. And you wandering spirit at his bedside drift, on past the soft hiss of coals, past the sleepy hum of a world that found answers in kitchen scraps and garden bulbs. Step outside again, back into the dusk that holds its own hidden healers. Up ahead, hearth smoke curls from cottage roofs, its haze curling into beams where fleas once dared to breed. For now, this smoke-smothering warmth holds another curious benefit, a simple choking shield against pests, no thicker than a fingertip. So breathe deep onion's ash and the sharp bite of winter air. The next trick in this quiet parade of lost hacks waits inside the hearth, where burning logs send up not just warmth, but a hush that kept countless tiny wings at bay. Push open the heavy wooden door and feel the dry warmth wrap around your face. Inside this dim cottage, a hearth burns day and night, its orange glow flickering off soot-black beams overhead. You stand just beyond the rough stone hearth, blinking through curls of blue-gray smoke that drift lazily into every corner of the single room. It might sting your eyes a little, but here, strangely enough, smoke was both a comfort and a quiet defense. Picture the scene. Damp cloaks hang on pegs, a pot of cabbage stew bubbles low over the embers, and all around you, smoke weaves through the air like an uninvited guest that everyone quietly tolerates. Medieval villagers knew their open hearths were more than a source of warmth and soup. They were an unspoken shield against crawling invaders that thrived in straw mattresses, coarse wool cloaks, and the thatch above your head. Fleas, lice midges, beetles, tiny tyrants that spread disease faster than gossip, and yet a smoky house made their lives miserable. The constant haze filled roof thatch with bitter residue suffocated larvae and drove grown fleas deeper into crevices where they were less likely to leap onto bare skin. Some villagers even hung fresh herbs above the fire, letting rosemary and juniper oils drift upward to mingle with the soot, a rustic fumigation in a world before bug spray and window screens. Some historians still argue whether the lungfuls of soot cost more than they gave. Did a smoky room truly save more lives than its shortened surviving records offer no neat answer? But scratch through layers of blackened plaster in old farmsteads, and you'll find hints of this constant companion, thick bands of soot, marking the years a hearth never went cold. You watch a young boy, now poking at the logs with a charred stick. His sister sits close, wrapping a scrap of linen around her head, like a makeshift veil against the stinging air. In the rafters, old cobwebs hang heavy with soot, a testament to decades of smoky protection, coating every beam and thatch bundle above. It wasn't just accidental. Some families shut the flue or blocked a chimney hole part way with an old rag, forcing smoke to linger longer before drifting outside. The extra haze made eyes water, made coughs rougher, but it also made tiny wings think twice. It's the same trade-off that runs through so many medieval hacks, a little discomfort for a better chance of seeing spring. There's a quirky detail tucked in hearthside folk tales, too. Some believed that thick smoke carried prayers up to the rafters where protective spirits lingered. Others claimed it sealed out witches and wandering ghosts who slipped through cracks under moonlight. Whether you believe in spirits or not, the fleas were certainly real. And for a peasant with no money for perfumed oils or imported tapestries, a smoky room was the only wall between skin and the next outbreak. You lean closer to the hearth, feeling the dry heat press against your cheeks. A woman stirs the stew, lifts the lid, and lets more steam join the swirl of smoke above. Every breath is a blend of cabbage wood ash and the faint herbal note of rosemary sprigs tucked behind the mantel. Tonight's warmth feeds bellies and chokes out pests in equal measure. Some scholars remain puzzled by how far this practice spread. Was it intentional pest control, or just the inevitable side effect of burning cheap green wood in drafty cottages? Bits of parish records and travel diaries hint that poorer families leaned into the smoke's bite more than manor lords with stone chimneys that drew cleanly skyward. A smoky hearth was both poverty's badge and survival's friend. Of course, the cost shows up too. Bones found in old village graveyards tell a story of lungs lined with soot-black streaks in ribs that once drew smoky air from cradle to grave. Some folk developed a cough that never really left them. But when the choice lay between a hacking throat and a plague carried on a flea's back, many chose the cough. By the hearth, a low stool sits empty, waiting for you to rest a while. Imagine settling there, cloak draped across your knees, squinting through the haze while someone hums a half-forgotten ballad over the bubble of the pot. Each breath you take scratches your throat, but each flea that jumps from your collar fizzles in the smoke before it finds a bed in your hair. Researchers still hunt for the balance. Did the constant smoke cut back on lice enough to tip the scales in favor of survival? Or is it just a quaint side note in village lore, overshadowed by bigger, cleaner inventions that arrived centuries too late for these soot-caked beams? There's no tidy conclusion, just a quiet understanding that these smoky rooms whispered their own protection, one lungful at a time. You stand now, brushing sparks from your sleeve eyes, watering slightly as you look toward the single window shuttered tight against the winter wind. Outside, the cold gnaws at the doorframe. Inside, warmth and smoke guard the hearth. The trade is imperfect, but simple, better wheeze than scratch, better ashes in the lung than fleas in the bed. Behind you, the family settles for the night. The stew ladle clinks against the pot one last time. Someone coughs, someone laughs. Tomorrow, they'll wake to fresh ash on the hearthstones and black smudges under fingernails. The smoke will rise again, one more gray curtain between human skin and the tiny enemies that rode the tails of rats and lurked in straw pallets. When dawn comes, the coals will still glow, banked under a mound of embers to catch flame with the first stirring of a spoon in the soup pot. And if you think this trick is rough, imagine stepping outside to plunge your fevered body into an icy stream, trading lungfuls of smoke for a shock of freezing water that just might break a burning sickness when herbs and hearth fail. So ease back from the hearth, wipe the tear smoke forced from your eye, and follow the muddy lane toward the stream that winds through the village's edge, where cold baths waited like nature's rough mercy for the feverish, the desperate, and the quietly hopeful. The warmth of the smoky hearth fades behind you as your boots sink into the muddy path that snakes away from the village's edge. Follow it downhill, past hedgerows, stripped bare by winter winds, until the hush of moving water finds your ears, a low gurgle under a crust of ice slipping past stones, smoothed by centuries of shivering footsteps. Here, where the stream carves through bramble and moss, villagers found their final gamble when fevers burned too hot to break with prayers, leeches, or onions. You stand by the bank now, watching your breath drift into the pale morning air. A woman kneels at the edge sleeves, rolled to her elbows as she tests the water's bite. Her brother stands nearby, wrapped in a thin wool cloak that does little to hide the pink flush of fever that's kept him bedbound for days. Today, the family has agreed to the cold bath, an old trick whispered down through winter nights when no other cure soothed the blaze of infection gnawing at the bones. It sounds cruel. Strip down a burning body and dunk it in a stream so cold it bites the skin raw. But before anyone spoke of bacteria or the complicated ballet of immune systems, villagers trusted in nature's shock. Heat met cold flesh, met icy current, and if you were lucky, the fever broke under the chill. Or so the folk wisdom said. Some historians still debate how much good these sudden plunges did. Freezing water likely slowed. Raging fevers numbed pain, perhaps gave the sick a fighting chance their smoldering skin alone couldn't manage. Of course, not every story ends with a shivering survivor staggering home to warm soup. Some ended right here on the bank, life snuffed as quickly as the fever that chased it. The sister helps her brother peel away layers of coarse linen teeth, chattering before he even touches the stream. She dips a jug, pouring thin rivulets down his shoulders to ease him in. He gasps, muscles taut under the shock, but a flicker of relief softens the hard line of his jaw. Maybe the cold bites deeper than the fire that's eaten at him for nights. Maybe this ancient cure will buy him another dawn. Nearby, another villager stands ankle-deep in the shallows, washing a fresh cut on her foot. Even in summer, these icy streams doubled as nature's cleansing station, scouring dirt, soothing infections, shrinking swollen joints after a day in the fields. No ointments or bottles, just clear water colder than any hearth could dream. You can almost feel it yourself, a sudden dunk, a burning ache of cold that seeps into marrow, sending the mind skittering away from the fever's haze. Whether it truly cured or merely distracted, the cold bath held its place in a village's quiet arsenal of half-magic, half-practical hacks. Some parish records hint at entire families braving these chilling rituals, parents dunking feverish children in the stream before dawn, praying the icy slap might chase away an illness that herbs and leeches couldn't. Surviving diaries hint at the same pattern, boiling water in kettles to drink, but ice-cold water on skin when heat refused to let go. A quirky bit of lore clings to the practice too. Some folk believe that if a sick child trembled 3 times in the stream without crying out, the fever's spirit would slip away with the current carried downstream to drown among the stones. Others muttered that plunging in the dark before sunrise gave the cold its strongest bite, catching the sickness off guard before it could dig in deeper. There's no scholarly consensus on whether these bone-numbing dips saved more than they claimed. But the trick survived well into early modern times, when country healers still prescribed icy baths for fevers doctors failed to tame. Even now, old letters surface with accounts of desperate mothers carrying children to the brook, wrapping them afterward in every scrap of dry cloth the cottage could spare. You step closer, peering into the slow swirl of icy water. A splash echoes as the feverish brother lowers himself in teeth clenched against a ragged gasp. His sister murmurs soft words, part prayer, part threat, to the unseen fever spirit lurking in the blood. Steam drifts from his skin, vanishing into the frosty morning air. He sits there shivering until his lips pale to the color of river stones. When he emerges, the chill clings to him like a second skin. She helps him into a coarse blanket, rubs his arms briskly, then leads him up the muddy path, back toward the waiting hearth, where warmth and smoke will cradle what the water could not steal away. Behind them, the stream babbles, on oblivious eternal, the same cure it offered the grandfather who first braved its bite generations ago. A rough blessing for families who own no fancy tonics, no silver to pay a traveling doctor. Just cold water, raw faith, and the stubborn hope that sometimes the simplest shock could win a battle the body seemed destined to lose. You linger at the bank, squinting at the way sunlight catches on thin ice forming at the edges. There's something quietly brave in this spot. No shrine, no stone marker, yet countless fevers drowned here, countless desperate prayers whispered over the slab of cold against bare skin. Some researchers still sift parish burial rolls, searching for hints that those who trusted the icy cure fared better than those who didn't. But the stream keeps its secrets, its ripples carrying away yesterday's fever, like so much silt washing down river. You step back from the bank boots, crunching frozen leaves. Far ahead, smoke rises from the village, again a promise of warmth, waiting for bodies that dared the icy mercy of the brook. If the fever breaks, the family will huddle close tonight, trading smoke for cold steam, for frost, one quiet gamble traded for another. So turn your steps away from the current's hush and follow the muddy lane uphill. A patch of wool catches your eye, thick, rough spun, dyed deep brown by hearth soot and years of use. A peasant's cloak, thick enough to fight winter winds, wide enough to cover a face when death came drifting in the air. Because sometimes, when boiling water soap onions smoke and icy streams still fell short, a villager's last hope was to pull wool tight across nose and mouth and pray the bad air might spare them for one more spring. The stream's chill still lingers in your bones as you trudge uphill boots sticky with thawed mud. You pause beside a weathered hedge where a shepherd's cloak hangs draped across a low branch, heavy wool coarse spun, its edges stiff with frost. To any modern eye, it's just a peasant's wrap against winter winds. But to medieval villagers, these humble cloaks often served double duty as crude masks, a scratchy first line of defense when breath alone could carry unseen death. Step closer to the cottage door. Inside, the air is stuffy, still reeking faintly of boiled onions and last night's hearth smoke. A father stands by the threshold, one hand on his youngest daughter's shoulder as she slips her arms through her own thick woolen shawl. They wrap it tight around her mouth and nose, binding the cloth so only her wide eyes peek out. It looks awkward, clumsy protection for something no one can see. Long before cloth masks marched through city streets on the faces of plague doctors, village folk found their own rough answer to bad air. The miasma, they called it poison, drifting on foul winds, leaking from corpses' waste heaps, and the breath of neighbors struck down by coughing fits that echoed through thin cottage walls. If the air could not be cleaned, it might at least be strained through a fold of wool so dense it muffled a child's words and caught whatever invisible curse drifted too close. There's no scholarly consensus on how much these makeshift masks helped. Some researchers argue they were mostly for show, a comfort that did little more than warm cheeks in winter drafts. Others point to curious accounts in village diaries. Families who hid behind cloaks during outbreaks, whose names appear less often in hasty burial registers than those who braved the air barefaced. You picture them now, a mother, fussing with a pin, folding her child's cloak tighter, before she steps out to fetch water. A shepherd on the road, wrapping his wool collar high over his nose when he passes strangers with pale skin and trembling hands. A market stall vendor, mumbling gossip through layers of rough cloth breath, ghosting out in steamy puffs that barely clear the wool's thick weave. Oddly enough, some folk took it further, stuffing sprigs of rosemary, sage, or juniper between layers of cloth, hoping the pungent oils would cleanse each breath. Not so different, perhaps, from the plague doctor's beak mask, centuries later, crammed with dried flowers and sharp herbs to mask the stench of rot, and they hope the poison of pestilence itself. Step into the cottage's low main room. The cloak's scratchy fibers hang drying over the back of a rough bench near the hearth. Rain and smoke have stained its edges to the color of old earth. A boy curls under it when fever comes his breath, rattling soft beneath wool that hides his cough from the rest of the family. They believe it traps sickness, if not in the world, then at least close to his skin where they can manage it. Some households tied wool scraps around the handles of spoons or ladles, two tiny amulets of cloth thought to block bad air from sinking into food. Folk tales mutter about families who left their cloaks hanging across doors and windows at night, hoping to catch drifting poison before it crossed the threshold. A curious detail lingers in letters from town scribes who visited distant hamlets. They wrote of peasants who bundled cloaks tight when burying plague-dead faces hidden from the miasma that clung to grave clothes and breath alike. They came home with scratchy throats and burning eyes, but if they survived, the cloak stayed aired out on hedgerows, beaten clean with a stick, then worn again the next time rumor whispered that fever had crossed the next hill. Step closer to the hearth now. The father sits at the bench cloak draped over his shoulders, the coarse folds pulled up over his chin. His breath warms the wool, dampening it slightly, where the fibers brush against his beard. He talks softly to his wife, words muffled behind the thick collar. They speak of the neighbor's family gone silent for 2 days, another cottage locked up, another hush that smells of sickness drifting on the cold air outside. Historians still argue whether any of it truly worked. Some point out that these thick cloaks, layered over nose and mouth, may have caught droplets and blocked a fraction of the fleas, riding warm bodies and bedding. Others shrug. Perhaps it was nothing but desperate hope stitched into every scratchy fold. But for villagers, with no medicine, no fancy vinegar masks, or doctor's plague, Bika wool cloak offered at least the comfort of doing something. In a world that offered few defenses, even a single layer between lungs and death's invisible breath was worth the itch and sweat it left behind. The daughter leans against her father's arm, now eyes half-lidded as she warms her hands by the glowing hearth. Her cloak slips down to her shoulders, then back up again as she tucks her nose against the thick wool. Outside, the winter wind rattles loose shutters, carrying hints of coughs from the next lane over small sounds, big threats. You stand by the doorway, feeling the scratch of coarse fiber brush your cheek in imagination. It smells of sheep's oil, stale hearth smoke, and a dozen hurried mends done by candlelight. No sterilizing alcohol here, just wool hope and the steady whisper that maybe the next breath won't carry death inside. Tomorrow, the cloak will hang over the hedge again, airing in the weak sun. The girl will press rosemary into its folds, maybe lavender too, if the bundle hasn't all been burned on the hearth for its sweet smoke. Another layer, another prayer, that the air will find no purchase on her breath. Step back out into the cold lane once more. Ahead, You hear splashes and laughter drifting from the public bathhouse, half shrouded in mist and gossip. For all their crude hacks, villagers knew the power of hot water too. This time, not for boiling or soup, but for scrubbing skin raw, swapping secrets in the steam, and giving fleas no warm corner to hide. So follow the path to the next door. Warm fog, waiting just inside where wooden tubs and soft chatter promise one more layer of lost wisdom the modern world might have done well to remember. Slip through the steam that seeps from a warped wooden door, hinges squeaking just enough to announce your quiet entrance. The bathhouse is warm and dim fog curling around low beams, lanterns flickering in corners like sleepy fireflies. Here, in this simple timber hut, tucked behind a row of muddy cottages, you find the medieval village's most unlikely sanctuary. Hot water, hot gossip, and a chance, however fleeting, to scrub away the world's dirt and pests alike. You pause just inside. Bare shoulders glisten through the haze, steam rising from a row of wide wooden tubs lined along the stone floor. A boy leans over a bucket, pouring steaming water onto his father's back, while two women argue gently near the far wall, voices hushed to match the soft splash of water against wood. There's no fancy marble here, no gilded tiles, just warm planks, crude benches, and the comforting hiss of heat against winter's chill. For peasants who spent their days buried in mud and soot, the communal bathhouse was more than a rare luxury. It was a fortress of cleanliness and community, a place where sickness was scrubbed at the source skin haircloth long before anyone named bacteria or discovered invisible parasites. Step closer to a tub, and you'll smell it faint whiffs of rosemary mint juniper needles, drifting from pots of boiled water poured slowly over weary shoulders. Some historians argue that bathhouses were the unsung guardians of medieval public health hubs, where gossip spread faster than infection could. It wasn't unusual to hear stories swapped alongside scrubbing, whose child was ill, whose sheep had gone missing, who was burying yet another cousin struck down by bad air. Secrets clung to these warm walls like steam on stone, seeping out only when the door swung wide, and cold air reminded everyone that the outside world still lurked just beyond. A mother dunks her youngest into a half-barrel scrubbing under bony arms with a cloth dipped in soap, boiled just yesterday in her own hearth pot. The boy squeals, once water sloshing over the rim, a brief squeal of protest swallowed by laughter as his sister flicks a handful of warm suds at his nose. Soap here isn't fancy Castile from far-off ports. It's the same gray ash-thick village soap that scraped fat from tunics and stains from hands. Now it works on skin lathering away sweat fleas and days of cold sweat from fevers fought under rough wool cloaks. Not every village could afford a proper bathhouse. Some leaned on traveling bath attendants, enterprising folk who hauled tubs and kettles from cottage to cottage, filling back rooms with steam for a few copper coins and a promise of clean skin. But in towns lucky enough to keep a steady hearth burning, the bathhouse stood open once a week, sometimes more if rumors of plague whispered through the hedgerows. Some scholars remain puzzled by how accepted communal bathing was, even when the rest of the world drifted toward suspicious glances and tight-laced morals. Medieval Europe's early bathhouses hummed with chatter and laughter, men and women in separate rooms or together, depending on local custom, and the watchful eyes of priests who frowned at too much mixed flesh. Records hint at bathhouses doubling as social halls, where deals were struck over steam and feuds softened under shared lather. A quirky note survives in the writings of a traveling monk who scribbled complaints about villagers gossiping louder than they scrubbed. He muttered that steam thick with rosemary did little for sin, but plenty for scandal. Even so, he bathed grumbling as he shed his robe for the same tub where a fishmonger's wife soaked her feet the hour before. Look closer near the far wall. A row of pegs drips with damp tunic stockings, and the occasional cloak hung high to catch the rising warmth. Fleas hated this place. Steam drove them deep into seams, where boiling water could reach them. Lice fared no better, drowned or scrubbed loose by rough linen cloths that doubled as towels when the last splash was done. You watch an older woman rinse her hair in a bucket of cool water, pouring it slow to keep the heat from shocking her heart. Another folk precaution murmured, from grandmother to mother to child. She squeezes rosemary sprigs through her fingers, scenting the air with a sharp, clean green that cuts through sweat and the sour tang of boiled soap. Some villagers went further, scraping skin with blunt knives to lift dead layers, pinching old sores to drain infection, binding scrapes in fresh cloth, while the skin was still warm and soft from the bath. In these simple rooms, the line between hygiene and folk medicine blurred to mist. Clean skin, they believed, kept the worst spirits at bay and made a body harder for bad humors to cling to. Researchers still argue whether bathhouses truly slowed outbreaks or just offered one more hiding place for gossip and rumor. Parish records sometimes note outbreaks following bathhouse closures, fires that devoured timbers, suspicious landlords who shut them to dodge tax levies, or moral purists who claimed too much naked steam bred sin faster than lice. What they rarely note is how many souls slipped into shallow graves once warm water became scarce again. A girl near you laughs as her mother flicks soap suds from her nose. The tub's rim overflows, splashing your boots as you stand unnoticed in the haze. Overhead, wooden rafters drip condensation into buckets set out to catch leaks, drops that hiss when they hit the hot stones lining the hearth that keeps the whole room alive. A curious fragment of village law from centuries past lingers in some records. Families too poor to pay could trade onions, eggs, or scraps of firewood for an hour in the bathhouse. No one turned away if they brought anything to feed the flames that boiled the water, softened the soap, or spiced the steam with rosemary from a garden hedge. Outside, the night deepens, while steam curls out through every crack in the walls, carrying with it the tang of soapskin and whispered secrets. Tomorrow, these same villagers will huddle again in smoky huts, wrap cloaks around mouths, dip cuts in onion poultices and cold streams. But tonight the bathhouse guards them, a warm bubble of clear water and clearer laughter before the world presses its damp, dirty palms against their doors again. Step back through the squeaky door cloak, damp at the hem from spilled bath water. Follow the lane past hedgerows, dripping in frost, toward the next humble trick, waiting by a stone hearth, where open-air kitchens smoked and sputtered under summer sun, pushing danger out, where fresh wind could scatter it long before it reached the sleeping heads inside. The night air, outside the bathhouse, clings to your skin, cooling the warmth that still hums in your bones. You follow the narrow lane that twists past darkened windows, past hedgerows, trembling under frost. The path opens into a small yard where the faint glow of embers flickers beneath an awning of rough beams. Here behind every humble cottage lies another trick, lost to the ages, the open-air kitchen, where villagers fought sickness not with herbs or baths, but with simple, practical fresh air. Step closer to the half-roofed lean-to tacked onto the back wall. Beneath its crude shelter, a cooking pit glows with coals, a blackened pot hanging low over orange embers that crackle and spit sparks into the night. A woman stirs the pot slowly, breath rising in little clouds that vanish into the crisp night. There's no chimney here, just wide open sides that let smoke drift harmlessly away instead of coiling thick inside the house. Long before anyone spoke of airborne germs, villagers knew stale air killed. A smoky hearth indoors warmed bones, but stifled lungs thick with fleas and soot. Too many people, too much damp, and every breath might carry a cough that turned into fever by week's end. So when weather allowed, when winter's claw loosened just enough, families dragged pots, pans, and even small hearths out into open lean-tos and yards. Better the wind steal the heat than sickness steal another child in her sleep. You watch as the woman ladles soup into a chipped clay bowl, handing it to a boy whose cheeks glow red from cold and firelight. He sits on a low stool near the edge of the lean-to, a rough cloak wrapped tight over his shoulders. Steam drifts from the bowl into the night, just another ghost among the thousands that slip unseen through hedges and rafters. Some historians still argue whether these open kitchens were deliberate health measures or just practical answers to cramped houses that smoked more than they warmed. Surviving records hint that peasants learned quickly bad air clung where roofs trapped heat and bodies crowded tight. Fresh air kept spoilage at bay, too. Raw meat, fish, cheese, all easier to dry smoke and cook outside where breezes carried away the smell that drew rats and flies. Step around the cooking pit now. A few chickens scratch in the dirt beyond the reach of the sparks. Near the far wall, strings of onions, garlic, and dried herbs hang from rough beams, waiting to flavor stews that simmer all night under the stars. A battered iron pot sits upside down on a low shelf, blackened by hundreds of nights like this, when families huddled together under lean-tos rather than fill their one-room cottage with stale, greasy air. There's an unexpected irony here, too. The same villagers who choked on smoky hearths in winter knew how to push smoke away when the sun returned. Some families built crude brick ovens outdoors, fed by scrap wood and dried dung. They baked bread under open skies, let fish curl over green wood fires that smoked just enough to drive away pests, but not enough to linger on beds and blankets inside. Researchers continue to debate how widespread these open-air setups were. Some call them rustic convenience, others a rough echo of ancient courtyard kitchens found across warmer climates. But dig into old parish rolls, and you find notes about shared ovens at village edges, communal spots, where gossip and recipes mixed freely, and villagers traded news while turning loaves and stirring stews. A quirky detail drifts down through local legends. Some families believed that cooking outdoors pleased household spirits, keeping them fed with good smells and driving away jealous ghosts that snuck through window cracks when stew boiled thick inside. Whether spirits or rats, the logic stayed simple. What drifted into the wind did not settle in the rafters. Lean in closer now. The woman sets her spoon aside, rubs her arms against the cold, then dips another ladle into the pot. You can smell the broth onions, leaks maybe a scrap of salted pork, or an old soup bone salvaged from the winter larder. A simple meal, safe enough to eat, because it bubbles, where the wind can carry off the ruin that stale air once promised. Some families went further, turning whole summer kitchens into roofless sheds, lined with drying racks, pickling jars, and rough stone hearths. Here they boiled linen, two soaped and scrubbed garments that might fester with lice if washed in the same air that cloaked the sleeping loft. Better to cough in the wind than sweat by the hearth, mother said, and so they gathered at dawn, half kitchen, half wash house, half charm, against unseen death. There's no scholarly consensus on how much these simple yards and lean-tos slowed disease or spread it more slowly than a smoke-choked bedroom. But old diaries hint at families who moved meals outside whenever the days lengthened, who stirred soup under soft breezes rather than thick rafters. Maybe it bought a few extra days of breath. Maybe not. But for peasants who counted luck by the bowl, it was worth every ember that crackled into the wind. The boy slurps his soup, now, feet tucked under him, eyes half closing as the warmth fights the night chill. His mother drags a heavy cloak from a hook, drapes it over his shoulders, and watches the steam drift up to vanish among the night stars. Tomorrow, they'll haul the pot back inside when frost stiffens their fingers. But come spring, the lean-to will bloom again, smoke and wind, dancing together under a sky that promises air, clean enough to spare one more small life. Step away from the cooking pit, your boots crunching over frost-hardened earth. Ahead, a line of houses crouches under the moon, each with its own stories of tricks and half-magic lost to time, soap blocks, boiling kettles, stale urine baths, rosemary bundles, smoky rafters, icy streams. And yet, despite all the care and cunning, so many of these humble hacks fell quiet as the centuries rolled on, abandoned for bottled bleach and electric hums. So follow the path back to the front yard, where families still gather around the last glow of embers. One small secret at a time, they traded stale air for fresh wind, sour cloth for steaming soap, all while the world beyond their fences shifted, and modernity buried these rough tricks under layers of bright humming machines. Tonight, the lean-to's embers whisper one last warmth, an old promise that sometimes the simplest shield is a breath of open air. Step away from the open-air kitchen's dying embers and slip back toward the village's crooked lane. A pale dawn creeps over thatched rooftops as you wander past smoke-stained chimneys and tiny garden plots rimed with frost. Around one low cottage corner, a narrow stone path dips behind a crooked shed, leading you to the heart of what might be medieval Europe's most surprising meeting place, the communal bathhouse's quieter twin, the humble public washhouse. Here, villagers did more than scrub skin. They soaked, stomped, and scoured the very clothes that clung to their bodies day and night. And in doing so, they fought a constant war against the invisible armies that made plagues and fevers leap from house to house faster than any rumor could fly. Push the warped door open and step into the low, damp chamber. Inside, a shallow stone pool steams in the chill air. Buckets lean against the walls, rough pails half full of boiled water vinegar or pungent herbal brews, waiting to be splashed across coarse tunics and straw-filled bedding. Bent over a wooden plank, two women work in silence, sleeves rolled high, skirts hitched to their knees, palms raw from hours of pounding cloth against stone. No soap bars stamped with fancy seals here, just gray lumps boiled from leftover tallow and ash, or handfuls of stale urine dragged from chamber pots and poured straight into wash tubs. The air is thick with it, sharp, acrid cleansing in a way that makes your modern nose twitch, but once kept entire households from sinking beneath waves of lice and invisible pestilence. In this warm, echoing space, secrets traded hands as fast as stained shirts. Mothers swapped recipes for soap lye and whispered which neighbor's tunic needed a second soak to rid it of fleas. The washhouse was the village's hidden parliament part, laundry part, rumor, mill part, insurance policy against plague's sudden knock on the door. Some historians still argue whether these scrub sessions made any real dent in outbreaks that raged through muddy lanes and candlelit bedrooms. Surviving parish ledgers rarely bother to mention the washhouse, but travel journals hint at bustling rooms where women soaked linens in scalding vinegar before draping them on hedges to dry stiff in the sun. The heat, they believed, scorched out the worst spirits lurking in seams and hems. Watch the older washerwoman now as she leans over the pool fingers red and cracked from hours of scrubbing. She dips a tunic brown stiff with sweat and last week's smoke into a bucket brimming with vinegar and rosemary. A rough brush rakes across the cloth. Flea's eggs dirt each swirl of her wrist sends them drifting into the bathhouse's gray depths. There's a curious bit of folklore hidden in the suds, too. Some villagers dropped hot stones straight from the hearth into wash tubs, believing the sudden hiss and boil forced out stubborn filth. Others sang small charms as they beat cloth with paddles, half lullaby, half ward, against bad luck that clung to sleeves like a sickness waiting for a chance to hop skin. A boy sits near the door, turning a wooden spit over a tiny brazier, heating water for the next round of cloth. His mother watches nodding when the steam rolls thick and clean. One by one, the garments move from bucket to tub to hedge, each rinse a small promise that tonight's sleep will come with fewer crawling surprises hidden in rough wool blankets. Some researchers remain puzzled by how these washing rituals shifted so slowly across centuries. One might think the harsh scent of vinegar and stale ammonia would have faded as cities grew and tradespeople offered imported soaps. But here, in these tucked-away washhouses, the old ways lingered quiet defenses long after churches rang funeral bells for yet another wave of plague that found cracks between walls and windows. You stand near the hedge, where rinsed tunics hang limp steam rising, where winter's breath meets cloth still hot from scalding baths. Flecks of soap cling to the ground, like pale petals trampled by muddy boots, moving back and forth between the wash trough and the wide stone drain cut into the yard's edge. A quirky note appears in dusty town ledgers. Some villages banned men from the washhouse, fearing they'd slack off and dump tunics in cold water without boiling or scrubbing. Others taxed washwomen for the buckets they filled at the village, well grumbling that so much water wasted on soap and cloth should have been saved for the cattle trough. But the women came, anyway, sleeves rolled backs, bent scrubbing the future into each garment they dipped and wrung. The girl who worked her mother's cloak last week stands by the hedge, now flicking droplets from a clean sleeve. She hums softly a half-forgotten tune about rosemary bushes and the ghosts they keep away when tucked inside seams. Tonight, she'll wear that cloak, wrapped high over her mouth, trusting its rough folds to strain bad air, while its clean scent reminds her someone fought to keep sickness at bay. Some scholars still puzzle over the patchwork records villages where washing was nearly a festival, and others where it was hidden away like shame. But among the humble laundry stones, the fight was always the same: boil, soak, splash, vinegar, let the wind carry away the rest. You step back as a new bucket tips into the trough. Hot steam rolls over your boots, swirling around your ankles like a ghost of every sickness the villagers hope never settles in their doorframe again. It's not glamorous. It's not quick. But here in the hush of steaming cloth and whispered rumors, you see one more link in a chain of quiet hacks that traded sweat and stink for the slim chance to wake up tomorrow. Lungs clear, skin unbitten. Outside, the morning sun slips a little higher above the frozen thatch. Soon, tunics will flap like ragged banners along the hedgerow, each one a flag for a family that still believes clean cloth might stand between them and the next silent knock that comes with fever behind it. So follow the steamy hush, away from the washhouse's shadow. Up the path, the village yards grow quiet again, just hearth smoke, the whisper of old cloaks, a riddle of lost tricks, waiting for someone to wonder why we ever left them behind. And if the vinegar stings your nose as you pass, just remember the sharpest scents once meant you might live long enough to smell the spring. Beyond the hedge, lined with dripping tunics, you follow a narrow path that curls past the last row of cottages. Here, the village thins into kitchen gardens and half-frozen fields where scraps of cabbage stalks poke through frost-hardened soil. But step behind one crooked fence, and you'll find yet another secret in this quiet tangle of survival. A rough-weathered table set under open sky, where bread dough rises beside a smoking brazier, far from hearth smoke and crowded rafters. This is the open-air kitchen's final gift safety for the food itself. You pause at the fence gate. A girl stands barefoot on a flat stone sleeves, rolled high flour dusting her elbows as she kneads a soft, stubborn ball of dough. Beside her, a squat clay oven squats like a fat toad on three legs, its mouth wide spitting thin curls of smoke that drift harmlessly away into the breeze. Why here? Because villagers knew what too many forgot later. What you cook inside, you risk souring with your own breath. Before ovens became neat, sealed iron boxes built into tidy fireplaces, peasants dragged their bread ovens into yards. They built them from sun-baked bricks or leftover clay, stacked them on stones to keep damp at bay. An open yard was safer than a smoky corner, where rats crept for scraps and damp hearth soot turned fresh dough sour. You watch her press her fist into the dough, a rhythm older than any scribe's parchment. Some historians argue that these backyard bread hearths were just a nod to poor peasants who had no room for indoor ovens at all. But others whisper that the true trick lay in keeping the air moving, fresh breeze swirling over raw dough, carrying away the breath and sweat that left to linger, could ruin more than just a loaf. Nearby, her mother tends a squat pot perched over a bed of glowing coals, simmering cabbage broth, maybe a scrap of salt pork bobbing under the bubbling surface. The smell drifts on the morning air, clean and sharp, never trapped in rafters, where smoke thickened and fleas crept down to warm themselves in that same heavy heat. Some scholars remain puzzled by why so many medieval farmsteads clung to this practice when fancier manors showed off brick chimneys and proper indoor hearths. But a peek into the old parish records hints at the same stubborn story. Open air was life. A kitchen yard was more than a space. It was a shield where wind and sun lent a hand that lye soap and vinegar alone could never match. Look closer under the battered table. A low wicker basket holds scraps of stale bread, torn ends, waiting to be toasted crisp over the coals. In some yards, these crusts found new life, soaked in hot broth, stretched into pottage, hearty enough to keep a family full when the larder grew thin. Here, bread and soup mingled with fresh air that swept away flies before they laid eggs on dough, left too long near a hearth's damp stones. A curious bit of folklore lingers too. Some villagers tucked sprigs of mint or lavender inside bread baskets to sweeten the breath of the loaf, though scholars roll their eyes at the claim. Still, open-air bread ovens lasted centuries past when people forgot why they mattered. One final whisper of breeze between raw flour and the unseen armies that spoiled more than one winter's meal. You stand just beyond the table's worn edge now. The girl shapes the dough into rough rounds, lines them on a board. then lifts the oven's clay lid with an iron hook. The heat rolls out, warm enough to sting your face. She slides each loaf inside, lips moving, as if reciting an old rhyme, half blessing, half habit, passed down from a grandmother who knew fresh air and open flame often guarded the belly better than prayer alone. Behind her, the mother stirs the pot, sprinkling a handful of dried rosemary into the broth. The scent sharpens on the breeze. Insects hate it, people love it, and the steam drifts harmlessly away, rather than curling under rafters to coat bedclothes with the damp cling that fleas adore. Researchers continue to debate whether these open-air bread hearths truly made families safer, or just gave them a reason to gather in yards and share gossip while the dough rose under watchful eyes. But dig under the stones of an abandoned yard centuries later, and you'll still find broken clay ovens half sunk into garden soil, silent proof of the ordinary miracle that let a loaf bake under blue sky instead of stale beams. There's an irony buried here too. Modern homes bury ovens deep inside neat kitchens, the smell of fresh bread trapped by warm walls and double-glazed windows. The peasants you watch now would wonder why anyone would bottle up something so simple, so naturally safe, when a soft breeze could do half the work of keeping vermin and stale air at bay. Beside the oven, the girl wipes her flour-crusted hands on her apron. She ducks under the table to fetch a stack of folded cloths, clean, sharp-scented, washed just days ago in that vinegar-soaked wash-house you passed earlier. Each loaf will cool, wrapped tight, protected from flies by cloth, steeped in rosemary, and hung in the open wind to dry. She sets the cloths on the table edge, casting you an absent glance through flour-dusted lashes. She doesn't know you stand here wandering spirit-invisible guest among her chores. To her, this open oven is as ordinary as the cold water she splashes on her hands when the dough is done. When the bread is baked and dusk begins its slow creep over the fields, she and her mother will carry the loaves inside still warm, still humming with the clean hush of air and old songs that never made it into the parchment ledgers. There behind smoky rafters and thick wool cloaks, they'll tear the first piece, dip it in broth, and count themselves lucky. One more meal, safe one more night, stolen from the creeping things that hunger just outside the hedge. Step away now, past the basket of crusts, past the warm whisper of a clay oven that's seen more winters than any plague doctor's mask. Ahead, the lane twists back to where all these secrets wait to be forgotten, lost to iron stoves, bottled bleach, humming fridges that promise safety, but forget the wind that once did half the work. One more hack, one more small wisdom carried on a breeze. Tomorrow, the embers will fade, the oven will cool, and the cloths will flap on the hedge, scents of rosemary and bread drifting over fields where the next season's tricks wait to be dug up, scrubbed clean, and maybe, just maybe, remembered. Dawn crawls higher behind the hedgerows as you leave the open-air bread hearth behind. You follow the winding lane once more, tracing the edges of a village that feels half forgotten, yet hums with quiet tricks and stubborn habits that once kept fever, filth, and famine at bay. Up ahead, a single thatched cottage stands a little apart, its door slightly ajar. Step closer, and you'll find the final hush of this long, crooked trail, the whispered question of where all these life-saving hacks drifted to when new comforts rolled in. Slip inside. The room is dim, but warm, just a single hearth flickering low, casting shadows over bundles of rosemary, a clay pot cooling on the hearthstone, a bar of rough soap tucked near a wooden tub. A wool cloak, edges still crusted with frost, hangs from a peg. In the far corner, an old woman dozes on a stool beside a wicker basket, brimming with folded cloths, fresh from a vinegar rinse, soft as any modern linen, if you don't mind the tang that clings to every crease. If you listen, you can almost hear every small ritual breathing here, the hush of a kettle rolling to a boil, the scrape of a charcoal stick across teeth. Before dawn chores the soft bump of a leach jar, hidden under a cot, waiting for the next fever to knock. Each trick, each smelly, scratchy, odd little measure layered life against the cold certainty of rot and pestilence. There's no grand design here, no shining lab or clever patent to claim. Just generations of women hunched over soap pots, grandmothers dipping cloth in stale urine with eyes half closed against the sting, boys crouched by ash heaps, hunting the softest charcoal sticks to polish away stale breath. Some hacks came from folk memory, some from far-off traders, some from dumb luck that stuck when it worked. Together, they stitched a net that caught disease where it could quiet, unseen, never perfect. Historians still puzzle over how fast it all slipped away. Maybe it was the rise of bottled bleach, the hum of the first fridge that whirred louder than any clay pot's cool trickle. Maybe it was the comfort of sealed windows and iron stoves. No smoke-scratching lungs, but no smoky shield to choke fleas either. Soap came in neat bars, white and perfumed. Vinegar baths gave way to powders that promised miracles in a single swirl of suds. And yet here, in this cottage's hush, you can feel how much these rough old ways still echo under modern hums and clicks. Scratch open a history book, and you'll find them, tucked between footnotes. Plague doctors, nodding to the rosemary bundles. Village wives hung centuries before, modern surgeons echoing the boiling kettle's promise every time they scrub hands raw before a cut. A quirky twist flickers through the shadows, too. Some of these hacks never fully died. Ask the gardener who buries clay pots to cool summer harvests. Peek into backyard bathhouses resurrected by city folk, desperate for steam and gossip and the comfort of hot water on bare skin. Wander kitchen aisles where vinegar jugs still line shelves, not just for salads, but for the stubborn believer who knows what stale air and sour cloth once did. You stand near the hearth now, palm warm against the battered kettle, still humming faintly. The old woman shifts in her sleep a soft sigh, as if she senses your wondering eyes. Behind her, stacked in neat rows, clay pots nestle under a cloth, a secret fridge no electric hum can match when the wind is right and the roof stays patched just enough. Step closer to the window. Outside, the yard waits lean-to, beams creaking in the dawn breeze, rosemary bundles flapping gently like sleepy flags. Beyond the hedge, a muddy lane curves off into fields where new machines hum, and fields stretch under plastic tunnels that promise sterile, tidy rows. But under that neatness, old tricks hide half-remembered, half-mocked, waiting for hands willing to dig back through ash heaps and rinse cloth in sharp vinegar when need comes knocking. Some scholars argue that the villagers clung to these hacks out of fear, not wisdom rituals, to hush the dread when real cures lay centuries away. But maybe that's the point. No trick alone ever saved them. Together, they stacked up soap smoke, cold baths, onion poultices, stale urine, each a single stone, in a wall built by people who refused to stand still while sickness knocked on every door. And what did we do when the hum of modern life arrived? We wrapped our heads in clean promises, sealed windows, humming fridges, bottled bleach, safe until the next thing crawls through the cracks we can't see. Then maybe, just maybe, some quiet corner of memory will flicker to life again. A pot boiling on the hearth, a scrap of rosemary tucked behind the door, a forgotten clay jar that cools cheese while the sun rages overhead. So stand here a moment longer. Let the soap's sharp scent sting your nose, the ashes whisper under your boots. These small, peculiar hacks, strange, scratchy, sometimes sour, once turned simple peasants into quiet chemists, their kitchens a laboratory of survival, without glass flasks or doctor's fees. Tomorrow, the modern world will flick the kettle on with a switch. But here, in this drifting hush, you see how each smudge of ash, each burn of stale ammonia, each scratch of charcoal on a yellowed tooth, kept breath, moving limbs, warm families alive, long enough to bury one plague and greet the next. And maybe that's the lesson we buried too quickly. Not to bring back leech jars or chamber lye, but to remember that survival doesn't always hum behind a plastic bottle or sealed door. Sometimes it steams from an open kettle, drifts on a winter breeze, lingers in the sharp scent of rosemary, hanging from a smoky rafter. But just beyond the hearth's fading glow, secrets wait in darker corners, where another old woman's hands stir herbs the crown would rather burn than bless. You lean your ear against the rough timber wall of a peasant's hut. Inside, an old woman named Aldith crumbles dried leaves into a clay bowl. Her fingers move like spiders, swift and sure, as if each stem has a memory. In the flicker of a tallow candle, you catch sight of a small brass scale, worn, dented, precise. It weighs not gold, but life itself. Outside her door, the king's physician rides by on a glossy mare, his robe a swirl of dyed silk that cost more than Aldith's roof. He wouldn't dream of stepping inside. To him, this place stinks of ignorance and danger. His scrolls say fevers flee leeches, not garlic or wild yarrow. And yet here, in the hush of these walls, villagers slip in with boils and coughs, and slip out healed, often without paying a coin. History records this quiet standoff as folklore, but records also show that these healers knew plants doctors wouldn't touch. They read no Latin, wrote no treatises, but passed down recipes in whispered riddles. Some scholars remain puzzled by how such oral wisdom slipped past monasteries and royal courts for centuries. Aldith lifts a kettle steam, rising in ghostly tendrils. You notice how her eyes dart to the window, always watching for boots and seals of authority. The law is not kind to healers who heal too well. Official physicians guard their turf with ink and threat. Their guild charters claim only trained men may bleed, blister, or bind. Anyone else a witch or a fraud. Yet villages cling to Aldith because her cures work where royal powders fail. A mother brings a fevered child, a bent old man hobbles in with festering sores. Aldith knows exactly which leaf should burn, which root should brew. There's garlic for infected cuts, nettle for aching joints, honey for wounds that refuse to close. She knows, too, when to say no. Cure exists, another sign that you can trust her. Beneath the floorboards, scraps of parchment hide notes no royal would bother to read. They hum with recipes. Foxglove for dropsy elderberry, for fever tansy for worms. The king's men call this sorcery. The villagers call it Tuesday. A breeze rattles the shutters. Aldith's granddaughter tiptoes in her apron, bulging with fresh wild yarrow. You catch her giggle, one secret handed to another set of hands, the chain unbroken for now. The girl kneels by the hearth, laying out stalks to dry. Her fingers mirror Aldith's, the same nimble dance, the same quiet defiance. Some historians argue this village wisdom was more dangerous to the crown than any rebellion. If a peasant could cure himself, what need for royal favor? What threat could an army of licensed physicians pose if mothers stitched wounds with wild herbs and faith in an old woman's touch? Still, there's a puzzle here. Why did learned men schooled in Greek and Galen fear these barefoot apothecaries? Was it pride profit, or the simple terror that knowledge can't be fenced behind stone walls and velvet drapes? Outside, the physician reins his horse, peering back at the cottage. He knows villagers slip inside. He knows rumors trickle back to court, a healer's cure, besting the surgeon's blade. He shifts in his saddle uneasy. One wrong word, and the old woman inside could find herself bound and burned. You step back into the lane as Aldith sprinkles dried garlic into the simmering brew. The village will wake tomorrow with fewer fevers. The king's physician will file another report to the royal chamber, filled with fancy terms, but lacking the one thing that matters: trust. When you drift off tonight, remember this. Sometimes the real cure hides not in the marble halls of power, but in a smoky hut, passed hand to hand, whispered to the next dreamer brave enough to listen. A faint creak echoes behind ivy-clad stone walls. Your footsteps slip inside a monastery garden where secrets grow between prayers. The monastery's heavy oak gate swings open just enough for you to squeeze through. Inside, candlelight flickers through stained glass, but it's the scent that draws you deeper. Lavender mint sage, and something sharper wormwood, maybe, or monk's pepper. The monks here speak little, but their gardens chatter all night in whispers of leaves brushing stone. By day, they copy holy texts in cramped script psalms, gospels treatises on sin and salvation. But beneath those careful lines lie scribbles no bishop approves marginalia about brewing comfrey for bruises or steeping valerian to hush a coughing child. A slip of a leaf between pages hides more power than any sermon. Some scholars still argue whether these herbal scribbles were acts of mercy or quiet defiance of church edicts. You pass a cloistered arch, where a hooded figure stoops by raised beds, his fingers stained green. Brother Anselm, so they call him, when the abbot's listening, plucks rosemary sprigs with the same care he copies a page of psalms. He hums to the plants Latin prayers mixing with garden gossip. In this hush, a garden is as holy as any chapel. It's here that remedies forbidden by royal decree take root. Monasteries technically should defer to the crown's physicians-trained men with titles and scrolls in Latin. But when a fever burns through a village faster than any royal doctor can ride, these monks step in. Quietly, discreetly, always mindful of who might be listening at the gate. Once this garden held the only known patch of monkshood in the region, a plant so potent it could kill or cure. Legends claim a single leaf slipped into the wrong brew could silence a rival or hush a king's cough for good. Of course, no record proves this. Surviving ledgers offer conflicting accounts of whether such poisons were brewed or merely feared. Brother Anselm pauses to tuck a sprig behind his ear, then glances your way. He doesn't mind you watching. Knowledge likes company, so long as company stays silent. He gestures to a low wall, lined with clay pots, wormwood for parasites, fennel for bloating pennyroyal, for matters best whispered behind stone. Monastic gardens like this fed knowledge to village healers like Aldith. Herbs that wouldn't sprout in cottage yards thrived in walled beds, tended by quiet hands. Now and then, a scrap of parchment slipped through the bars to a waiting peasant girl seeds hidden in a sleeve recipes, muttered under breath during confession. Some monks claimed this was charity God's mercy for those too poor for official cures. Others muttered that each sprig stolen from the garden chipped at the crown's purse. There's no scholarly consensus whether these gardens were sanctuaries of healing or hotbeds of heresy. You lean closer, brushing fingertips across a bed of feverfew. The air hums with bees flitting from blossom to blossom, tiny pilgrims in a kingdom of petals and prayer. A gust of wind rattles the stained glass, high above a reminder that the church's eyes are always open even when its mouth stays shut. Brother Anselm gathers your gaze one last time before drifting down the path, a basket on his hip, brimming with nettles and rosemary. His sandals leave faint marks in the soft soil, a trail of quiet rebellion winding between pew and petal. You slip back through the gate as dawn breaks, carrying the scent of secrets and sage behind your ribs. Somewhere in the village, a fever breaks, thanks to a monk's garden grown in shadows. A lone owl watches from the rafters as you step into the dark corners where fear once bloomed witch hunts and all the secrets they scorched from the fields. Imagine a crooked cottage at the forest's edge. The roof sags under moss and snow. Inside, a girl named Maud stirs a pot of tansy and elderbark, the steam curling through beams blackened by decades of hearth smoke. To her neighbors, Maud is a healer, a gatherer of herbs who knows which root calms a fever and which flower can hush a cough. To the priest in the village square, Maud is something darker. You crouch near the hearth, warmth licking your knuckles as Maud works. Her shelves sag under bundles of dried nettle sage and garlic bulbs, strung like talismans. By daylight, these are simple things, kitchen staples, hedgerow finds. But when suspicion curls like smoke, they become proof. Proof that a woman alone might wield knowledge outside the priest's Latin pages. Some scholars still debate how many so-called witches were simply women, like Maud, keepers of cures, too ordinary to be holy, too powerful to be safe. Outside, snow drifts over muddy lanes. A bell tolls in the village square. A hush spreads from cottage to cottage. Someone has been accused. Maybe it's Maud, maybe her neighbor. Guilt is less about herbs than about fear. Fear that the old woman next door knows something you don't, something that makes your sick child sleep when prayers fail. Records from the witch trials survive in damp parchment and brittle ink. They name malefic herbs, unguent pots, devil's poultices. Mostly, they name women. Historians pore over these lists, trying to untangle superstition from hidden fact. Was every confession torture-broken nonsense, or did some clues to real healing slip through the noose and flame? You shift closer as Maud tucks a sprig of rue into a pouch. She works quickly, eyes always on the window, ears pricked for boots crunching snow. In her time, a single whisper could send her to the stake. Yet the same villagers who fear her at dusk knock at her door before dawn, feverish children bundled in rough blankets. Nobody asks the priest for permission then. One odd truth lingers here in the crackle of the fire. For every herb burned, for every note hidden or destroyed, something survived. A child watched her mother crush garlic, or saw a sister brew willow bark for a neighbor's aching joints. The knowledge slipped between flames and survived in lullabies, old stories, half-remembered charms muttered under breath. There's no scholarly consensus about how much was lost forever. Some say the witch hunts erased entire libraries of folk cures. Others say the knowledge never needed pages, just hands, and whispered words passed from one generation's sleepless night to the next. Maud tips her pot steam, carrying the sharp scent of tansy and mint through the rafters. Somewhere in the darkness beyond her door, torches gutter in the wind. Tonight she's safe. Tomorrow nobody knows. but the cure she brewed will live longer than any accusation. When you slip back into the forest, the owl blinks once twice, then closes its eyes. The trees hold secrets under frost and bark. The villagers hold them too. So do you. A candle guttering on a worn wooden table lights your way deeper into the hush this time, to the sharp tang of garlic, hidden in plain sight, yet powerful enough to worry a king's court. You find yourself standing in a cramped cottage, nose twitching, as the unmistakable smell of crushed garlic fills the air. An old farmer named Wulfric sits by the hearth, peeling cloves with dirt-cracked fingers. Beside him, a boy barely old enough to speak in full sentences whimpers on a straw pallet. A red, angry wound glistens on his shin. Infection has found its way under the skin, the way it always does when plows break soil and axes bite wood. Wulfric has no diploma. No Latin scrolls hang on his soot-dark walls. But he knows what his grandfather knew, that garlic poultices draw out poison and ease the burn of infection. He grinds the cloves with salt packs, the paste into a scrap of linen, and ties it tight around the boy's leg. The smell is sharp, honest, more honest than the sweet perfumes that drift through the royal apothecary's halls. Royal physicians dismiss such peasant tricks. They scoff at the stinking bulb, declaring it fit only for repelling fleas and bad breath. And yet behind closed doors, some scrolls tucked deep in monastery libraries mention garlic's hidden powers, sulfur compounds that fight rot acids that ward off festering sores. Some scholars argue whether medieval doctors knew these secrets and buried them out of pride or profit. A hush settles as the boy's breathing evens out. The garlic works its slow magic, seeping warmth into fevered skin. Wulfric's wife slips a coin under a stone by the door, an offering to the old ways, the ways that heal when Latin words fail. Out in the village square, the king's doctor posts a notice: anyone caught practicing unlicensed remedies faces fines or worse. Garlic poultices are rustic nonsense, the parchment declares. The punishment is real enough, though. Sometimes the remedy is banned, not because it fails, but because it works too well outside royal hands. You lean back against the rough beams, breathing in the pungent bite of the crushed cloves. It clings to your clothes, your hair, the soft fur of the cottage cat brushing your ankle. Generations from now, someone will bottle this bite into pills, and ointments give it a Latin label again, and charge a king's ransom for what Wulfric learned kneeling in the dirt. Historians still puzzle over how garlic's folk power lingered in peasant huts while official medicine scoffed. Some point to class: why trust a muddy farmer over a silk-robed physician? Others see politics: an unregulated cure means no profit for the crown's coffers. The boy stirs in his sleep wound, bound in garlic's stubborn scent. Wulfric wipes his hands on his trousers, then turns to the small pot bubbling on the hearth. Tomorrow he'll feed his boy broth, rich with leeks, and nettle another quiet cure. No official needs to know. No fine will be paid. And no learned man's scroll will change what rough, calloused hands already understand. When you step outside, dawn stains the frost orange. A rooster crows. Somewhere in the village, parchment crackles with new decrees. But inside Wulfric's hut, the garlic still breathes its warm defiance. The dawn light follows you across churned fields and trampled grass where battle leaves, behind more than blood. Here a simple weed named yarrow holds its own kind of power, hidden in the fists of soldiers who know better than to wait for a doctor's blessing. Picture it, a grimy camp on the edge of a nameless skirmish. The clash of steel still echoes somewhere beyond the trees. But for now, all is quiet, but for the groans and the clink of water flasks. You kneel beside a young foot soldier named Evo. His tunic is torn, his leg gashed open just above the knee. There's no surgeon in sight, no bandages clean enough to trust. Instead, Evo's comrade, a grizzled veteran with teeth like broken gravestones, rummages through a ragged satchel for what he trusts most, a bundle of wild yarrow. The leaves look plain enough, almost ragged themselves, but they hold secrets older than any royal decree. Pressed to a wound, they slow the blood. Crushed and stuffed into gashes, they coax the body to clot and heal. It's no fancy cure, just green bitter and a little rough on tender flesh. But it works. Soldiers swear by it more than they do by a physician's spotless gloves. You watch as the old veteran spits into his palm, grinds the leaves with the flat of a dagger, and packs the mash tight into Ivo's wound. There's a hiss of pain, then a grateful sigh. No gold changes hands. No official records mark this healing. But if you ask the men on this field which remedy they trust, they'd point to yarrow, not the surgeon's silver tools. Some scholars remain puzzled that a plant growing wild along roadsides could be more vital to an army than any royal supply train. Others argue the old generals knew this well enough, but boasting of weeds was never as noble as parading learned medics in silk sleeves. The scrolls praise battlefield surgeons. The campfires whisper about yarrow. Wind rattles the battered tents. Somewhere nearby, a crow picks at abandoned gear. A page from a doctor's notes flutters through the mud warnings about infection fever and proper salves best prepared in a clean chamber far from the battlefield's filth. But here, there's no time for parchment. Here, green weeds underfoot become the difference between a gangrenous stump and a limping march back home. Evo drifts into sleep, the makeshift poultice pressed tight under a strip of stained linen. He'll carry a scar, of course proof of survival more than any doctor's seal. Around the camp, other soldiers do the same. They trade gossip and battlefield tales, but also the secret spots where yarrow grows thick and sweet near the river's bend. The king's physicians in their distant towers roll their eyes at this superstition. Officially, soldiers are meant to wait for trained medics to treat their wounds, to endure the knives and the scalding poultices that sometimes do more harm than good. But war teaches harsh lessons fast. When metal bites flesh and fever sets in a scrap of green weed, can mean more than all the royal scrolls combined. A horn sounds in the distance, muffled and half-hearted. Tomorrow, these men will march again, patched up, half-healed each step, pressed against wounds, stuffed with leaves the crown pretends not to notice. Between battles, the veterans pass down what they know to fresh recruits: how to find yarrow, even in winter, how to chew its bitter stem to ease a fever, how to wrap it tight with a strip of linen torn from a shirt that was never meant for bandages. It's quiet now, the hush of exhaustion thick in the dawn fog. You stand and look over the ragged rows of sleeping soldiers, some snoring, some muttering through dreams of steel and dirt. No royal physician here tonight, just yarrow faith, and the stubborn knowledge that what grows wild may heal where gold cannot. Tomorrow, the same weeds will sprout again beside muddy roads and trampled camps. Tomorrow, too, the crown's men will still scoff at folk remedies that cost nothing but a walk through the hedgerows. But the soldiers will keep their secrets, tucking yarrow in their packs beside rations and flint. No decree can root it out completely. Nature grows back again and again. When you turn to leave, you catch Evo's hand twitching in sleep fingers. curling around an imaginary stem. Perhaps he's dreaming of soft meadows instead of bramble ditches and broken spears. Or perhaps he dreams of nothing at all, safe for a moment in the rough mercy of a weed that no king can claim. A low hum of bees and the glint of amber sweetness draw you onward, away from the roar of battlefields and the hush of cloisters, to something so ordinary it's almost invisible. Honey liquid gold, once prized by healers and kings alike, now hidden under dust and doubt. Picture a small cottage on the edge of a meadow, the air sticky with late summer warmth. An old man named Bjorn sits hunched over a wooden table, prying open a waxy honeycomb with careful fingers. Each drip of golden syrup lands in a clay bowl thick and slow. In the corner, a young woman named Leofrin hums to herself as she dips strips of linen into the sweet pool. Outside, the orchard buzzes with the soft industry of bees, tiny winged laborers who know no crown nor bishop, yet produce a cure mightier than any powdered draught from a royal apothecary. Leofrin lifts a honey-soaked cloth, lays it over a child's scraped knee. The boy flinches at first, sticky warmth seeping into raw skin, but then he sighs. The wound calms. Infection hesitates. No Latin incantation required. In old ledgers tucked inside cathedral vaults, you can still find scribbled notes on honey's curious power, how its sugars starve the rot, how its enzymes seal wounds like an invisible balm. Monks once called it God's bandage. Soldiers hoarded it in leather pouches. Village healers guarded hives like treasure chests, humming with soft wings. Yet somewhere along the centuries, royal physicians turned up their powdered noses. New tonics arrived, imported oils branded elixirs. Honey slipped from remedy to sweetener, from cure to kitchen treat. Some historians debate whether this was progress or folly. Did we trade a proven balm for fancy pills just because they came in gilded boxes? Leofrin wipes her sticky hands on her apron. She knows no decree will ban her hive. After all, who would suspect an orchard girl of subverting the king's physicians? But word spreads always. Folk from miles away arrive at her door with festering sores, ulcers that refuse to heal under store-bought ointments. She treats them quietly, just honey and patience, linen and trust. The bees outside don't care who owns what scroll. They drift from blossom to blossom, weaving secrets into waxy cells, draping the orchard in a soft, steady hum. Some scholars argue that these simple cures lingered not because peasants distrusted doctors, but because they trusted nature more than promises sold by men in silk. You step outside as dusk slides between apple boughs. The hive boxes sit in neat rows, tiny wooden kingdoms ruled by queens who've never read a royal edict. Bjorn stands by the nearest box, a wisp of smoke rising from a smudge pot in his hand. He nods at you as if to say, "This is enough. This is all we need." A honeycomb glows in the soft light, each cell a pocket of sweetness and quiet power. A century from now, surgeons will rediscover what Bjorn never forgot, that wounds close faster, wrapped in golden syrup, than under linen alone. But for now, the orchard keeps its secret hidden in plain sight. You watch the boy pick at the bandage, fascinated by the stickiness. He asks his mother if the bees know their healers too. She just laughs, kisses his forehead, and tells him the bees know everything that matters. Night creeps in, fireflies blinking along the hedgerow. Inside the cottage, Bjorn's shelves sag under jars of amber, each one a tiny rebellion against expensive powders and silver scalpels. When the child sleeps, his mother will dab a bit more honey on the wound, humming the same tune that echoes through orchard rows, alive with wings and whispered cures. There's no sign nailed to Bjorn's door, no license, no fee chart, just the steady drip of honey into waiting bowls, a sweet hush that says not all healing must come stamped and taxed. When you close the gate behind you, the orchard hums a final note, half promise, half memory. And somewhere beyond the orchard walls, the king's physicians shuffle fresh papers, drafting rules about which cures are fit for peasants and which are fit for profit. But they can't stop the bees. They can't stop Leofrin's soft hands or Bjorn's quiet lessons whispered over dripping combs. The orchard glows under a sliver of moon, every hive box a lantern for secrets older than scrolls. You breathe in the scent of clover and wax sweetness thick enough to stick to your ribs. Honey, liquid gold, stolen back from official silence, waiting in the dark to heal what the royal powders cannot touch. A slow breeze curls over poppy fields at dawn, blood-red petals nodding in the mist, hiding secrets once whispered in back rooms and monastery gardens. You follow the scent, faint but heavy, to a place where pain drifts away on milky sap. Picture a cramped chamber behind the blacksmith's forge, smoke and iron masking the sweet bite of poppy. Here sits Edric, an old farrier who knows more about bones and bruises than any royal surgeon. At his feet, a young man groans on a straw pallet, a jagged cut stitched clumsily with horsehair thread. Infection looms like a shadow. But Edric doesn't reach for leeches or bleeding bowls. Instead, he lifts a small clay pot, its rim sticky with dried white residue raw poppy sap, thick as syrup. He dips a splinter of wood into the paste, coaxes the youth to swallow it down with weak ale. The boy's breathing steadies, the lines in his brow smooth out as pain loosens its claws. Outside, hoofbeats ring on the frozen ground. Inside, the forge's glow hums like a lullaby. Long before licensed physicians claimed exclusive right to ease agony, poppy sap drifted through quiet hands like Edric's. Some called it the milk of paradise. Others called it witch's brew. Monasteries scribbled recipes in margins, warm the sap, over coals, mix with honey, press it into cloth for wounds too raw to stitch. But when royal decrees tightened their grip, poppy's soft mercy turned contraband overnight. Some scholars still debate whether this ban served the crown's coffers or its conscience. Edric knows the rules. He also knows that pain respects no parchment. A broken leg doesn't wait for permission. So he keeps his jars hidden under loose floorboards, wrapped in lambskin to fool any searching eyes. He trusts no one save for the wandering peddler, who trades him poppy heads when the harvest is lean. In the courts, physicians praise new tinctures, bottled by apothecaries who bow to the king. Laudanum drips from crystal vials in perfumed rooms, doled out only to those who pay in silver. But here, in the forge's back room, the same gift flows from sap smeared on the tongue of a farm boy who couldn't buy a crumb of bread if he tried. You lean closer as the boy sighs into sleep, the pain drifting away, with the smoke curling up the forge's chimney. Edric wipes his hands on an oily rag, muttering about how the crown can ban poppies, but not the soil that grows them. His wife hums by the hearth, brewing a weak broth to keep the boy's belly warm. Outside, the horse tied to the post stamps, its hooves, its iron shoes still fresh from Edric's anvil. Some historians puzzle over how this simple village cure survived, hidden in hedgerows and footpaths, smuggled across fields under blankets and inside crusty loaves. Did the people rebel out of spite, or was it necessity? There's no clear answer, only hints left in forgotten trial records. Jars found in barns, dried pods in a midwife's basket, a hint of sweetness on a dead man's tongue. The forge crackles as Edric feeds it another chunk of oak. His back creaks like an old gate as he straightens up, peering at the boy's face, for signs the pain might return. He knows it always does. Pain is stubborn like that. So he saves every drop, every crumb of dried sap, guarding it like treasure no king can tax. In a corner of the room, a ledger lies open, its pages covered not with accounts, but with rough sketches, a poppy's pod, a blade to score its green skin, a sun rising over fields Edric has never seen, but dreams about when the forge cools at night. There's no royal seal on these pages, just the scribbled life of a man who learned to stand between suffering and relief, armed with little more than a hammer, a strip of wood, and a secret garden of poppies behind the manure pile. You step outside as dawn tips the sky toward gold. Frost rims the poppy heads clustered behind the fence droplets, clinging to the petals like a promise. The hoofbeats fade down the road, leaving only the hush of a village that knows what it knows, no matter what law says otherwise. Later, a royal physician will roll his eyes at Edric's jars, dismiss them as dangerous folk superstition. He'll pen a treatise on proper pain relief, sell it to the guild stamp his seal. Meanwhile, another farm boy will limp through the forge door, teeth clenched tight, eyes wide with fear. And Edric will reach for the same clay pot, the same sap, the same unspoken promise that some secrets cling to earth harder than any decree. When you drift away from the forge, the hammer's ring fades into the soft hum of poppy fields that stretch beyond fences and watchtowers. You can almost taste the sweetness on your tongue, whispers of mercy that neither law nor crown can fully silence. A hush of dawn mist drifts through the village lanes as you slip behind crooked fences to find the women who worked in shadows, folk, midwives, quiet keepers of birth, herbs, and whispered prayers, forever balancing between mercy and suspicion. Imagine a small, low-ceilinged room, warmed by a peat fire. A mother-to-be lies on a straw pallet, her breath shallow her belly, a tight drum under rough linen. Beside her kneels Githa, a midwife whose hands smell of lavender and chamomile. She hums a tune older than any church bell fingers dancing across the mother's brow, checking the pulse that flutters like a trapped bird. On a narrow shelf above the hearth sits a row of clay jars, some labeled in rough runes, others unmarked for safety's sake. Inside them, raspberry leaf to ease the pangs mugwort, to turn a stubborn child in the womb, motherwort, for strength after the cord is cut. Outside the door, a churchman paces, shifting from foot to foot, clutching a prayer book he barely understands. He trusts the midwife, but fears her too. Her herbs, her knowledge, the way she speaks of life and blood without shame. Githa's work is both blessing and danger. In quiet villages, her name is spoken with gratitude. Babies born, healthy mothers, carried through storms of pain that would fell a horse. But when the priest visits, she must hide the stronger bruise, pennyroyal and rue herbs that slip in shadows because they meddle with the great chain of being with the birth and the not birth, with choices the church says should be left to God. Some historians argue endlessly over how many midwives were punished for secrets too heavy for parchment. Confessions scribbled in Latin name them witches, conjurers, corrupters of good Christian households. Yet the same records also list wealthy women who paid these same midwives under moonlight pressing coins into calloused palms for herbs they'd never dare speak of by daylight. A kettle rattles on the hearth. Githa drops a sprig of angelica into the boiling water, the scent mixing with the sweat of labor, and the faint copper tang of blood. The mother grips her wrist tight as the pains roll through sharp, then sharper, then gone like a tide pulled back by the moon. In a quiet corner, a young girl watches wide-eyed Geetha's niece, or maybe just an orphan, taken in for the sake of passing on what books never will. When the child's first cry shatters the hush, the priest flinches in the hall, crossing himself 3 times. Geetha barely spares him a glance as she wraps the slick bundle in clean cloth, murmuring blessings that would scandalize the bishop, half prayer, half charm, half mother's lullaby. She passes the baby to the trembling mother, checks the cord checks, the mother's breath, checks the window for watching eyes. There is no guild for folk midwives, no royal seal to mark their craft as proper. The crown's physicians scoff at them women with no Latin, no scrolls, no men hovering at elbows. Yet when blood flows and life hangs by a thread, the same men vanish into the night, leaving Geetha to do what they cannot. Some say these midwives saved more lives than all the royal medics combined, yet they vanished into rumor and folk songs. Surviving parish records tell 2 stories at once, one of fear and pyres and whispered accusations, another of quiet thank yous and babies named for the woman who caught them when the world cracked open. Geetha wipes her hands, pours a cup of nettle tea for the mother. The baby suckles small fists, batting at the world's cold air. Outside, the priest finally steps in, mumbling a half-blessing, while eyeing the shelf of jars as if they might leap at him. He drops a coin on the table, payment penance or hush money. Who can say, Geetha doesn't care? She tucks it away, with the rest silver hidden under the floorboards next to dried bunches of rue. Coins she'll never spend on finery, only on seeds and jars, and bits of parchment scribbled with cures the bishop pretends do not exist. You step outside into the dawn, the first rooster crowing at the fading stars. Somewhere down the lane, a weaver's wife nurses her newborn, never wondering how close her body came to breaking, if not for mugwort tea and whispered songs. No official will record the midwife's name beside the birth. No seal will mark the moment as legal or proper. But the child lives. The mother breathes, and Geetha's secrets drift forward, one birth at a time. Some scholars still puzzle over how much knowledge survived when midwives vanished into fear and rumor. Was it scattered to hedge witches and root cutters? Did it hide in lullabies, sewn into tales of wise women and green witches lurking in fairy stories? You pause by Geetha's door one last time. Inside, the peat fire crackles, the kettle simmers, the baby sleeps. And on a narrow shelf, herbs gather their quiet power, waiting for the next knock on the door. Another birth, another prayer, another soft rebellion against kings and priests who thought they could command the secrets of blood and bloom. A damp wind drifts through tangled hedgerows as you step beyond the village into thickets where black elder trees wait heavy with berries that once held the power to break a fever when nothing else would. You push aside thorny branches and find a woman named Ethna stooped under a low bough, her apron stained with purple juice. Ethna's hands move quick and certain. She plucks ripe elderberries, flicks them into a woven basket, then checks each cluster for rot and worms. Around her neck hangs a small leather pouch filled with scraps of parchment recipes, half remembered, half dreamed. Her father called them charms. Her grandmother called them cures. To Ethna, they are simply life insurance for a cottage with no gold and too many mouths to feed. Back in her smoke-stung kitchen, a kettle rattles on the hearth. Elderberries bubble with wild honey and a twist of willow bark, part syrup, part spell. A sick child lies curled on a straw bed, nearby shivering under rough wool. The local priest says fever is God's test. The royal physician, should he ever wander this far, would demand coin for a powder of chalk and stale herbs. Ethna doesn't ask for coin. She asks for help, gathering wood for gossip shared in whispers, for neighbors who keep watch if the sheriff comes snooping. She spoons the steaming syrup into a wooden cup, lifts the child's head, and coaxes down each drop. Elderberries hold secrets inside their glossy skins, natural acids that fight infection, anthocyanins that cool the heat beneath the skin. Of course, the crown's scrolls rarely mention such humble things. Surviving records argue over whether peasant cures, like elderberry syrup, were superstition or true medicine. Some scholars still fuss about it, flipping between ancient herbals and folk songs, trying to decide whether the cure worked or the patient simply endured. Ethna wipes the child's chin, hums a half-forgotten tune about a robin stealing berries from the hedge. She knows what the scribes do not, that children breathe easier when the fever breaks in a sweat that smells faintly of sweet syrup and damp linen. Outside the cottage, a neighbor waits with a basket of eggs payment for last week's help. His wife had coughed through 3 cold nights until Ethna's syrup soothed her lungs enough to sleep. He doesn't meet her eyes for long. Fear clings to these transactions. The sheriff's men prowl the lanes looking for witches' healers or anyone who eases suffering without the crown's permission. In a battered wooden box by the hearth, Ethna keeps elder twigs and dried flowers, spring's promise that fresh berries will come again, that another fever will break under her spoon. Each winter, she gathers more filling jars that line the rafters hidden behind bundles of dried nettle and sage. A humble apothecary, no royal physician would deign to enter. Some nights villagers gather by her hearth children on rush mats, mothers bent over the fire trading gossip and songs. They sing old rhymes, elder by hedge, elder by lane, keep the fever from the brain. Folk songs that slip secrets past priest and scribe alike, tucked inside lullabies so simple that no inquisitor thinks to listen too closely. Ethna knows her name might land on a parchment list someday, should the sheriff need to prove he's earning his keep. She keeps her baskets ready all the same. Tomorrow she'll slip into the hedgerow at dawn, bare feet, in dew fingers, purple by breakfast. Some call her foolish. She calls it survival. When the child's breath evens out, the sweat dampens his brow. The mother slumps in relief beside the hearth. No coin changes hands, but trust does a currency more precious than any crown's gold. In the church ledger, his recovery won't appear. In the court's archive, his name won't be linked to elderberries, to syrup boiled by a woman with no license, but every reason to care. Scholars argue whether these folk remedies truly kept plagues at bay or simply softened the edges of despair. The truth, like so much else hidden in hedge and rhyme, likely lives somewhere in between. One fact holds steady when the fever came. Ethna's syrup did what prayers and scrolls could not. It gave mothers hope that morning might still arrive. You step into the night air damp and sweet, with the scent of simmered berries. A lantern glows behind the crooked shutters, casting shadows of jars lined in careful rows. Elder trees stand silent guard along the lane, dark branches arching over pathways the sheriff will never fully tame. Somewhere down the hill, a royal decree rests on parchment declaring who may heal and who may not. But in this cottage, the law of hedgerows and hush hymns reigns instead. Elderberries ripen again each autumn, ignoring taxes and titles, trusting only the sure hands that pluck them in moonlight. and boil them down by the flicker of a single hearth flame. As you turn from Ethna's door, you catch the soft murmur of her voice, teaching a lullaby to the sleepy child now drifting into dreams free from fever's grip. The kettle rattles again, waiting for the next handful of berries, the next mother's knock, the next soft defiance hidden in the hedge. A patch of wildflowers nods in the wind at the far edge of an overgrown pasture, unremarkable to passing eyes, but once a potent secret for village women balancing life birth and the quiet power of a tiny blossom called tansy. You step through knee-high grass, careful not to crush the yellow buttons that rise like tiny suns above the bramble. At your side, an old woman named Sable bends low knife in hand her apron, already brimming with bundles of tansy wormwood and a sprig or two of rosemary for luck. Her back cracks as she straightens, scanning the tree line for prying eyes. For Sable, these flowers mean survival, not just for her aching bones, but for young women who slip through her door at dusk, breathless with secrets they can't share with the priest. Inside Sable's thatched cottage, the hearth never truly goes cold. Bundles of dried tansy hang above the mantel, twisting slowly in the rising heat. On the table, a small mortar stained from years of grinding flowers to dust. Today she prepares an infusion bitter as gall to chase parasites from a child's belly. Tomorrow, she might brew the same plant differently for a young wife whose belly has grown too soon, too suddenly, when winter stores are low and her husband's fists are quick. The church denounces this use of tansy, of course. The crown's physicians call it dangerous nonsense, a threat to the sanctity of marriage, to the kingdom's supply of peasant labor. Yet village whispers tell a different tale, how Sable's teas spared girls from scandal and gave mothers the power to decide when another mouth could be fed. Some scholars argue whether this quiet herbal work was an act of mercy or sin. The truth, as ever, hides between the stems. A knock at the door pulls you back. A girl stands in the threshold, cloak drawn tight around her shoulders, hair damp with drizzle. Sable waves her in without a word. They speak in murmurs over the kettle's soft hiss. In her palm, Sable drops a pinch of crushed tansy into steaming water. The girl flinches at the taste, but drinks it down in 3 gulps, eyes fixed on the rush mat beneath her feet. On the windowsill, a small wooden cross catches the glow of the hearth. A contradiction, perhaps, but for Sable, there is no contradiction in herbs and faith, only the stubborn knowledge that bodies fail and bloom, according to their own secret clock, not the bishop's decree. Some nights when storms rattle the shutters, Sable talks to herself. She wonders if the crowns and collars truly believe they can outlaw weeds, outlaw knowledge rooted in soil older than any parchment. She smiles at the absurdity. Tansy has grown here longer than the lane has been named, longer than kings have ruled. It will grow long after her bones are buried beneath the same wild pasture. The girl leaves before dawn, slipping through wet hedgerows toward a home that will never know how close its walls came to cracking under the weight of secrets too heavy for a confessional. No coin passes between her and Sable, only a promise whispered in the steam of an iron pot. When the flowers bloom again, the knowledge will bloom too. Historians still argue over the patchwork record of these taboos, fragments of parish trials. Fines paid in bushels of rye, midwives pressed under threats to name who brewed what and why. Some accounts claim tansy fields were torn up by angry sheriffs. Others say the seeds simply scattered deeper into hedgerows, waiting for soft hands to find them once the horses rode away. Sable sits by her hearth, as the last embers sigh into ash. She wraps the leftover tansy in cloth, ties it with twine, hides it under a loose floorboard, already crowded with secrets, dried sprigs of rue, a pinch of mugwort, scribbled lines of old prayers, turned half spell, half joke at the bishop's expense. Outside, the pasture hums with insects bedding down among the flowers. A new day will come, and with it another knock at Sibel's door. Another girl, another mother, maybe a worried father, clutching his hat in rough hands, praying for a cure he'd never dare say aloud in church. No royal scroll will name Sibel's work, yet every life changed by a cup of bitter tea writes its own history, scratched into hushes and hedgerow paths, hidden behind the hush of bramble leaves moving in the dusk. You pull the cottage door close behind you as dawn tints the clouds with soft bruises of purple and rose. The wind carries the ghost of tansy's sharp scent, a promise that for every secret buried in churchyard earth, 1,000 seeds will wake again in the pasture come spring. And somewhere tucked inside an old woman's mind, the recipes wait rooted deeper than law, stronger than fear, blooming bright yellow, no matter how many boots march across the fields above. A cold drizzle settles over a winding dirt road where voices once rose in song, tuneful disguises for simple truths, like a stick of licorice root tucked into a singer's pack to soothe a throat when no royal syrup could be spared. You follow the path to a wayside inn, its sign creaking in the wind, paint faded from too many seasons, watching travelers come and go. Inside, the tap room flickers with firelight and murmured gossip. On a bench near the hearth, a bard named Orlin tunes his lute voice hoarse from nights spent coaxing coins from tavern crowds too drunk to care if each note is perfect. His cloak smells of wet wool and campfire ash. In his satchel, hidden between dog-eared ballads and broken quills, rests a single stick of glossy licorice root. Orlin snaps off a piece, rolls it over his tongue, feeling the sweet tingle spread through cracked lips and raw throat. To the crown's physicians, such folk tricks are beneath mention. The proper treatment for a sore voice, they insist, is a syrup made from imported herbs, thickened with sugar only the wealthy can afford. But a wandering singer has no coin for such niceties. Just this twist of root, bitter and sweet, in turn staving off the cough that could end a living before dawn. A serving girl drifts past with mugs of weak ale. She pauses when she sees the licorice tucked in Orlin's hand. Her grandmother once told her how the old folk boiled licorice with wild mint to make a poultice for raw throats and dry lungs. She leans in, whispering that if he has more, she'll trade him a heel of bread and a soft place to sleep by the kitchen embers. Orlin smiles, breaks the stick in two, and passes her half-bartering comfort for comfort in a language older than gold. Historians still puzzle over scraps of travelers' tales that mention licorice hidden in saddlebags and coat linings. Some claim minstrels smuggled it from monastery gardens where monks grew the plant for their own chanting throats. Others argue it grew wild enough that no law could truly ban it, though official scrolls never gave it pride of place beside the king's preferred syrups. You watch Orlin hum a few bars, the notes soft and unsteady at first. Then, as the root softens under his tongue, his voice lifts a rich, warm sound that turns heads even in this half-lit room. A few farmers clap along. A child giggles from under a rough blanket, and coins clink into a cracked leather hat. The licorice does what no decree can. It gives him the power to keep singing, keep moving, keep weaving news and secrets into verses that carry further than any town crier's bell. Outside the inn's warped shutters, the rain hisses in the dirt, tapping the roof in soft code. Inside, stories bloom of queens, betrayed of soldiers, lost of herbs passed from mouth to mouth behind hedges and tavern doors. Some scholars debate whether bards like Orlin were mere entertainers or sly keepers of village cures, smuggling licorice and elder and willow in plain sight under the cover of rhyme. When the fire sinks to embers, Orlin slips his remaining root back into its scrap of cloth. He hums a lullaby to himself, the last notes drifting into the beams above, mingling with the smell of wet coats and stale ale. In a corner, the serving girl drifts off 2 licorice tucked in her apron pocket, like a promise against the next winter cough. No physician's guild cares about this scene too small to measure, too soft to profit from. Yet when Orlin rises before dawn, he will carry that root down muddy lanes, through hedge-gap paths, from hamlet to hamlet. And in his song between verses of heartbreak and far-off kings, slips the hidden message sometimes: what heals is not prescribed, just quietly trusted. He tips the innkeeper with a few coins earned in hoarse verses. At the door, his cloak pulls tight against the cold drizzle that has become steady rain. On the road ahead, a village waits with fresh gossip and another hearth. His throat aches less now, the licorice clinging sweet behind his teeth, a tiny shield against the next raw note, the next long ballad. Some say such folk cures faded when books claimed every cure must be weighed, measured, taxed. But out here, on muddy roads and fire-lit benches, licorice root keeps its place, a slender relic of unlicensed healing, traded in songs rather than coins. You step into the rain behind him, the drizzle kissing your cheeks, the faint echo of Orlin's tune weaving into the patter of drops on earth. In the roadside, ditch's licorice root pushes its green leaves skyward, ignoring decrees and doctors alike waiting for the next hoarse voice, the next quiet song, the next bargain struck between a traveler and the road. When dawn breaks, the path will still be muddy, the tavern will still creak in the wind, and somewhere ahead, a raw throat will open in song, because a single stick of root did what no scroll could. It kept a small truth alive under the hush of verse and the whisper of rain. A sharp breeze curls through a patchwork of fields where hedgerows stitch the land together like rough seams. Here, tucked between tangled bramble and crooked fences, a patch of nettles, bristles green against the chill, humble stinging, and once a quiet promise of strength for bellies that knew more emptiness than full plates ever could. Step closer, and you find a woman named Isolde, skirts hitched above mud-caked boots, hands sheathed in old leather gloves. She bends low, careful, but quick snapping tender nettle tops into a basket woven from willow twigs. Every so often she flinches. No glove stops every sting, but she hums through it a tune older than the lane beneath her feet. In her cottage, the hearth is always busy. This morning, a battered iron pot bubbles over the low flames, steam rising fragrant with nettle wild garlic and scraps of barley. Her children wait, noses nearly pressed to the pot's rim, thin arms folded tight against the chill. Nettles, rough and common, stand in for meats they can't afford, and dried beans they traded weeks ago. But nettle tea green and mineral-rich fills bellies, keeps coughs at bay, makes thin blood stronger for spring's hard work. Once long before industrial mills and rail lines carried sacks of polished flour and canned soup to every doorstep, nettles were kitchen gold for peasants across fields and forests. Picked fresh in spring, or dried crisp on sun-warmed cloth, they brewed into teas, stirred into soups, pressed into cakes, when grain bins ran empty. Some historians brush these memories off as mere famine food, barely enough to keep life limping forward. But others argue nettles gave more than calories. Iron vitamins a stubborn green hope in hungry months when royal stores were locked tight behind taxes and tithes. Isolde ladles the bright broth into wooden bowls. Steam curls around grubby faces, chasing away the damp that creeps through walls no matter how tight the thatch. She presses a handful of fresh leaves into a cloth bag and tucks it high on a shelf medicine for later, when sniffles and aches return. A soft rebellion against the powdered tonics the local physician sells dear and thin. Outside, her neighbor, a rail-thin man named Corbin, leans on the fence-battered hat in hand. He asks if she has any spare. His youngest coughs in the night lungs, rattling like wet stones. She nods hands over a bundle of dried nettle, wrapped tight in a twist of wax cloth. No coin changes hands, but Corbin promises a few eggs when the hens lay again. That's fair. Fairer than the crown's tacksmen knocking on their doors come harvest time. Somewhere in the royal apothecary's ledgers, nettles merit no mention at all, just a weed to be cleared from garden beds and castle lawns. But slip into the thin pages of old folk notebooks, and you'll find them everywhere listed for anemia, scurvy, the fevers that come when winter won't quite die. No guild seal ever stamped this green knowledge. No titled doctor bottled it up. Yet here among hungry bellies and cold hearths, nettle tea keeps life stubbornly stitched together. Some scholars argue whether the rise of industrial foods, bleached flour, canned meats, sweet tins really buried the old ways, or merely pushed them deeper into hedgerows and back kitchens. Records conflict. One decade praises factory bread, the next notes children, pallid and thin, iron-starved, sick on white paste. Meanwhile, Isolde's pot simmers with a remedy older than patents and factories alike. Night creeps in, bringing the hush of rain on thatch. Isolde tucks her youngest into a straw bed belly, warm with broth and nettle tea. She hums the same tune she did in the field, part lullaby, part reminder that the land gives even when the market takes away. In a nook above the hearth, more leaves dry by the flicker of flame, their sting softening into promise for the weeks to come. At dawn, she'll walk the hedgerows again, basket in hand, children trailing behind boots, wet with dew and frost. Maybe they'll find wild garlic or chickweed or the first shy leaves of sorrel poking through the muck. But the nettle patch will always wait, growing back stronger each time it's cut defying cold, and the notion that healing and feeding should ever come stamped with a royal crest. Somewhere far off in a polished hall, a clerk copies prices for imported tins and barrels of flour. He writes numbers that mean little in the corner of Isolde's world. Her currency is green and stings when you're careless proof that life has a way of defending itself if you only trust your hands and the hedgerow. You slip out into the night, damp air, filling your lungs with the faint tang of crushed nettle and wood smoke. Behind you, the cottage glows warm against the endless dark. Inside, children drift to sleep on full stomachs that owe nothing to shop ledgers or doctor's powders, only to a woman's patient hands a basket of leaves and a weed too stubborn to vanish just because someone once called it worthless. A raw wind rustles through thin branches beside a sluggish stream, brushing past willow trees whose pale bark once slipped into cottage kitchens and battlefield packs alike nature's quiet remedy long before the word aspirin found its way onto patent paper. Picture a crooked footpath along the water's edge. Here under the first shy sun of early spring, you find an old man named Merrick Knife in hand-prying strips of willow bark from a branch bent low over the current. His joints creak with the damp. His breath fogs the air. Yet his hands move deftly, slicing bark into neat ribbons that curl in his basket like shavings from a carpenter's bench. Back home, a kettle waits over low coals. Merrick drops the bark into bubbling water, watches pale steam drift toward the soot-black beams. His daughter Rita coughs weakly from the bed in the corner. Feverish eyes half open her forehead, slick with sweat. The local physician, should he bother to tramp this far down the rutted track, would scold Merrick for this hedge remedy. He'd offer a vial of bitter powder instead, stamped with a seal, its price enough to strip Merrick's winter stores to the bone. But the old man trusts his bark. He knows what his father knew before him, that willow's pale flesh carries a secret salicin they'd call it one day in fancy halls. Pain eases when you drink it. Fever dips its head and slinks away. The knowledge slips from mouth to mouth in cottages like this one, whispered in dialects no scribe ever bothered to pin down. Some historians argue the link between willow bark and modern pills was pure accident, a lucky rediscovery, when factories rose and medicine turned to patents. Others insist peasant wisdom mapped this path centuries earlier, only for learned men to tuck the truth away behind Latin names and branded bottles. You watch Merrick pour a tin mug of bark tea, his hands trembling, not from age, but worry. Rita's eyes flutter open as the bitter brew slides past cracked lips. She grimaces always. The same bark tea bites the tongue like sap turned to iron, but she drinks it all the same. When her eyes drift shut again, her breath comes easier. The fire hisses a low lullaby, the kettle keeps watch. In a battered chest by the hearth, Merrick hides more bark, dried tied in twists of linen safe from damp, and the wandering eyes of the sheriff's man who collects fines for unlicensed healers. There's no license pinned to these cottage walls. Just a basket by the door, a tangle of willow switches by the stream, and the hush of old stories handed down at dusk when children gather at the fireside. Outside, the wind rattles dry reeds and carries the quiet news downstream to fields and hedge paths, where other hands know to look for the same white trees when heads ache or bones throb under the churn of winter. Some scraps of monastery notes survive listing salix among the useful simples, then later silence as the learned men traded bark for bottled tonics and pushed the old ways into the shadows. Yet shadows remember. The willow by the stream grows back thicker each year, new branches bending low as if offering themselves. Merrick rises stiffly from the hearth, cracks the door to check the weather. He knows what comes next, tending Rita through fever dreams, feeding her sips of broth when the bark does its quiet work. No fancy name needed, just patient steam and the same bitter brew that healed throats and settled pains when knights still roamed these tracks on horseback. A spark pops in the coals. Merrick thinks of the peddler who sometimes stops by selling tin vials stamped with foreign seals. The peddler calls them miracle powders, white flakes that promise the same cure wrapped in paper and Latin words. Merrick smiles at the irony, a king's patent for something the village hedge has given freely for centuries. Some scholars still argue whether peasants like Merrick really understood what the bark did, or if they stumbled through trial and error. But the cough easing in the corner says, what no scroll can, the knowledge works named or unnamed, licensed or not. It seeps through the cracks of laws and taxes roots deep as the tree itself. When Rita finally sleeps, Merrick settles on a three-legged stool, sips the dregs of the bark tea himself, knees grateful for the warmth, the bitterness clinging to the back of his tongue like a promise. He hums under his breath a lullaby that drifts through the smoke-dark beams, settling on shelves lined with jars of nettle elder and dried willow strips, waiting for the next fever, the next restless child. Outside, the river carries last year's leaves and tomorrow's secrets, the soft hush of water over stones, matching the rhythm of a breath that now comes easier under the cottage roof. No king's decree can root out what grows freely by a stream's edge, what bends to any blade, but refuses to die. You step back into the wind feet crunching on frost-hardened reeds. The willow watches branches bowing and rising in the dawn gust. Tomorrow, when Merrick needs it, the bark will be ready again, its gift tucked under pale skin that never asked permission to heal. A light drizzle falls through a tangle of briar and bare ash trees as you slip along a narrow path leading to a thatched cottage where warmth seeps through the cracks. Warmth not only of hearth and simmering broth, but of stories sung soft under breath, each verse hiding a cure in plain sight. Step into the dim interior, and you'll find Edlin hair, pinned back under a faded kerchief hands, folded in her apron as she hums a tune older than the English crown. Her children gather near the fire eyes, half closed, as the kettle rattles softly on the hook. They don't notice how her song carries more than comfort. It carries secrets that once slipped through burning pyres and pointed accusations, secrets once scribbled in margins, now drifting on melody alone. In her lap rests a bundle of scraps, bits of parchment, cloth frayed paper, each inked with a line of verse. Some she knows by heart. Some she's stitching into songs so simple no sheriff would ever think to read too closely. Tonight, she hums a rhyme about wild garlic and nettle willow bark, and tansy all woven into a cradle song about a fox in the hedgerow who steals herbs for his den. To the unknowing ear, it's a child's nonsense. To Edlin, it's her ledger, her unburned book. Some scholars argue whether folk songs truly preserved cures or simply comforted the poor when medicine failed. Surviving trial notes mention chanted charms and witch rhymes whispered over steaming pots, but no decree ever quite caught them. A melody slips through walls in ways ink never can. Her eldest, a boy of 9, hums back a line, his voice thin but sure. He doesn't know all the meanings yet. He just likes the fox who runs with garlic bulbs in his jaws. But one night when coughs rattle through the dark and fever beads his brow, he'll remember the tune, the lines about crushed cloves and honey stirred into warm milk. He'll brew it himself if he must. The story will have done its work. A knock at the door hushes the children. Edlin rises, lifts the latch just wide enough for a neighbor to slip inside her cloak, dripping with mist breath, curling like smoke. She carries a small basket of salted fish, an offering for tonight's song. They sit together by the hearth, bent close over Edlin's bundle of scraps. No books line these shelves, no fancy scrolls, no stamped parchments from a guild. Just lullabies and gossip prayers stitched into rhyme, and a kettle that never seems to cool. When the neighbor leaves, she hums Edlin's fox song under her breath. Tomorrow, she'll repeat it in her own cottage, changing a word here, a line there. By spring, the story will have grown new roots in half a dozen houses, hedgerow medicine, drifting under thatch and hearthstone, unrecorded but never lost. Edlin sits back down, wraps her children tight in a wool blanket worn thin as parchment. She hums another verse, this one, about elder trees, blooming at the edge of the orchard, about how to slip a sprig of yarrow into a soldier's bandage when no licensed surgeon stands by. The children drowse against her shoulder, breathing deep the hush of steam and song. Somewhere beyond the hedgerow, the Lord's scribe sharpens his quill to copy yet another list of banned charms and potions. He writes his ink onto parchment that cracks in damp air, confident in laws that say a cure unlicensed is a crime. Yet outside his window, children in cottages like Edlin's drift asleep to songs too small and soft to stamp out. Some historians say these cures survived because peasants were stubborn, clinging to old ways out of superstition. Others argue it was survival, practical wisdom, humming just beneath the surface of lullabies waiting to bloom when needed most. A mother's voice, after all, carries further than a scroll locked in a royal chest. The fire sinks low embers, humming orange behind the soot-black kettle. Edlin smooths her scraps into neat folds, tucks them inside her apron, ready to share again, when the next knock comes at her door. Each verse, a seed. Each hush, a garden plot no king will ever fully fence. Outside, the drizzle turns to soft rain tapping the thatch in rhythm with her tune. It weaves through hedges and orchard rows, carrying her melody past shutters and fences, slipping secrets through the cracks. Somewhere a child stirs in sleep mouth shaping half-remembered lines about foxes and garlic nettles and bark. When dawn lifts its pale head over the misty lane, the stories will travel on boot soles, and gossips sung behind hedges whispered in markets. They'll mend wounds and soothe fevers, while the scribe copies lists of banned words that mean nothing to a mother humming soft against the fire. Somewhere down the path, another child will ask for the fox song before bed, not knowing he's learning how to find a cure in the hedgerow when coin and scroll fail him. Edlin will smile, press his hand to her apron, where the scraps rustle like dry leaves. She'll sing him another line, one more clue, stitched into a lullaby, soft enough to pass any sheriff's ear. You slip from her hearth as the last ember sighs. Behind you, the cottage hums with sleep and rain, in a tune older than kings, each note a thread tying past to now root to leaf, wound to cure all hidden in plain sight. A soft hush of dawn creeps through hedgerows, heavy with dew, as you step toward the last quiet corner of this tangle of old cures, a wondering thought. Could these herbs half forgotten in fields and songs find life again in a world brimming with pills and polished bottles? Picture a narrow lane behind a village garden where ivy climbs the cracked wall of an abandoned cottage. Inside, glass jars crowd crooked shelves, their labels smudged by time. Elderberry cordial, willow bark shavings, dried yarrow bundles tied with string. Nobody lives here now, yet the garden hums, with hidden life nettles push up through broken flagstones. Tansy nods, yellow-headed beside a bramble patch, and under the eaves, wild garlic lifts its blades through last year's fallen thatch. Somewhere near the threshold, a boy no more than 10 kneels in the muck-muddy hands, pressing a handful of mint into a pot rescued from the ruin. His grandmother stands by, hunched in a patched shawl, watching him press the dark soil down with a care no textbook could teach. She hums a tune so low, only the mint and the birds hear it. To her, this corner is more than weeds. It's a breath of something bigger memory sprouting underfoot. A low wooden fence separates this half-wild patch from the new houses beyond brick homes. Neat fences, shop-bought tablets lined up in medicine chests. The neighbors rarely glance over the fence, never mind asking what grows beneath the cracked windows. Some see only old ghosts of peasant ways, unscientific, risky, out of step with pharmacy shelves. Yet behind that fence, under the soft tug of sun, and rain secrets wait. Not for rebellion, just for a second chance. Scholars bicker in dusty archives. Could folk cures hold wisdom worth bringing back? Or are they superstition, better left buried in ballads and hedgerow gossip? Some studies hint at answers tests in neat labs reveal garlic's bite kills more than rumor said. Honey's sweetness hides an army of bacteria. Fighting magic willow bark's bitterness still echoes in every aspirin bottle on the supermarket shelf. Yet even now, a quiet debate flickers in corners of libraries, at the edges of clinical journals. Maybe the old ways didn't vanish because they failed, but because they couldn't be boxed and branded, couldn't be owned outright. Maybe the real fear wasn't that garlic wouldn't work, but that it would for free under the roof of a thatched cottage instead of a city pharmacy's polished counter. You watch the boy tuck mint leaves into the pot's cracked rim. He looks up at his grandmother, waiting for her nod, before pouring water from a dented kettle. In that moment, there's no talk of patents or scrolls, only the hush of water, the green smell of crushed stem, the quiet promise that healing can begin in a handful of soil. Inside the cottage's broken doorway, old papers curl under mouse nests and drifted leaves. Faded lines hint at dosages scribbled in the margin of a song at brewing times, folded into a ballad about foxes and garlic. This was never a laboratory, just a corner of the world where curiosity and necessity met in a stew pot over an open fire. A door slams somewhere in the new brick houses beyond the hedge. The grandmother stiffens, but does not move to hide the pot. She knows most folks will pass by heads bent to their phones and schedules. They'll nod politely at her garden, never guessing the fox rhymes that still hum under her breath. Some scholars say, this is where the old ways stay safest in plain sight, mistaken for quaint weeds and rambling stories too old to matter. Yet small cracks keep opening. A young doctor, tucked deep in research pages, stumbles on a phrase about elderberry syrup that matches what his own grandmother spooned into him when fever burned his bones. A nurse in a city ward wonders why honey dressings trialed again with modern tools beat expensive salves. A farmer at a country fair sells jars of garlic-infused oil, laughing at the idea that something so pungent could draw curious crowds in the age of bright pill bottles. The boy at the broken doorstep has never read these studies. He only knows the mint smells sharp and clean when he rubs it between thumb and forefinger, that his grandmother's tea soothes his winter cough when shop syrup runs out, that the patch behind the ruin hums with more life than the tidy grass strips out front. Somewhere inside, you wonder too, what if tomorrow's cures live not just in factories and coded patents, but here, tangled in thickets and songs? What if the soft knowledge that once crept through hedgerows could lean back into the light, not to replace what the modern bottle offers, but to remind us that sometimes healing hums softest when the hands that give it know the plant, the story, the hush of the soil, when the boy's hands are clean and the mint pot rests safe by the wall. The grandmother lifts her face to the drift of clouds. Her voice drifts out a line of a half-forgotten rhyme about foxes and brambles, garlic and bees. The boy hums along the tune, wobbling, growing strong. Outside the fence, life moves at a pace faster than any herb can grow. But here in this patch, the old secrets breathe again, wild, soft, stubborn enough to break through cracked stone, patient enough to wait for anyone curious enough to kneel, dig, and listen. The smoke drifts in like a reminder. Old cures and old kitchens share a breath, a warmth against rot and hunger alike. Step from the garden's hush to the hearth's crackle, where another forgotten craft keeps life lingering through the leanest nights. You stand in the village smokehouse, thick beams overhead, blackened by years of oak wood fires that never quite die out. You run your fingers along a row of trout, slick and golden brown. Each fish is stiff as a board, but the air hums with life flecks of ash dance in the drafty gloom, settling on wool caps and ruddy cheeks. In medieval Europe, smoked fish was more than a treat, it was insurance. Salt was precious, but smoke cost only time and wood. Villagers stacked fish on racks for days, sometimes weeks, soaking them first in brine to ward off the worst of the spoilage. It worked most of the time. When you bite into a strip of smoked herring, your teeth crackle through skin tough as bark. Yet beneath that hardened shield is soft flesh, still edible long after the river froze over. Historians still argue whether the humble smokehouse spread from Viking homesteads or coastal monastic yards, smoke drifting down rocky shores, curling into prayers for safe winters. A single barrel of smoked fish might feed a family through Lent, with enough left to sell at distant markets where salt alone couldn't reach. You lean closer, feeling the fire's warmth on your cheek. A boy ties new branches to the hook's alder beech oak, each lending its own tang. There's an odd delight here. What began as a desperate fight against rot became a quiet craft, a ritual that made the smell of burning fish oddly reassuring. Some villagers wove songs around these fires, half work, chant, half charm. A mother hums as she flips a trout. She claims a good song keeps the meat sweet, though no records agree. Even the church had mixed feelings about the smokehouse, a place for work, yet suspiciously, like a tavern full of gossip and warm embers after dusk. Outside, cold winds swirl past timber walls. You step back into the winter dark, carrying a scrap of fish wrapped in rough cloth. It's greasy pungent and worth more than any promise a distant lord might give. You pull it apart, with cold fingers savoring that tang of wood and salt. Somewhere inside, you know this scrap might mean you see spring. And so you drift from the coal's belly warm enough to hush the gnawing fear of famine. Tomorrow, there'll be another rack to fill another fire, to feed another hope that smoke will keep more than just hunger at bay. A thin trail of spice dust drifts down your sleeve as you shuffle through a bustling medieval market, your nose tingling with pepper cloves and whispers of cinnamon no peasant could name. You pause at a crooked wooden stall, where a bearded trader cups rare grains in his calloused palm, offering scents from a world most villagers can barely imagine. Spices in medieval kitchens were more than taste. They were masks for decay. Pepper, nutmeg, ginger brought in burlap sacks on the backs of camels, and the decks of creaking ships were ground into stews, stuffed in sausages, and sprinkled on roasts that might already hum with hidden spoilage. A sprinkle of clove didn't make rotten meat fresh, but it made it palatable enough to choke down when the next shipment of salt hadn't come. There's no scholarly consensus on whether medieval cooks knew spices killed germs. Some researchers argue that antimicrobial properties were simply a fortunate accident. Others think that somewhere a cook or monk noticed fewer stomach aches when food was brined and spiced just so. You step behind the stall. A burlap bag spills tiny peppercorns into a greasy wooden bowl. To your left, a young girl picks through cardamom pods, her fingers nimble but smudged with ash. For many spice traders, the profit was sweeter than any stew an ounce of pepper could buy a day's worth of bread and beer. Kings and merchants alike counted spices as gold, stashing cloves in iron-locked chests, paying guards to keep sticky fingers out. But even with the spice routes winding through deserts and jungle coasts, rot found ways to follow. In wealthy halls, roast boar might be rubbed with saffron and cumin enough to trick the nose, but the cleverest kitchen hand still sniffed the meat, judged the slick of its skin, and prayed the spices outlasted the stench. Back in your imagined kitchen, You toss a pinch of black pepper onto salted pork. It lands with a soft tap, a tiny shield against decay. Maybe it helps. Maybe it only makes you braver to chew. Either way, you swallow the warmth and nod to the spice merchant who's already haggling over the next handful of hidden protection. Some scholars remain puzzled by how far these flavors spread, how cloves from distant islands ended up in stews simmered under thatched roofs thousands of miles away. But standing here in the spicy dusk of this market, you don't need a map or a ledger. Just your nose, your stomach, and the hush of winter waiting beyond the walls. A salt slab rests heavy in your hands, rough, gritty, and worth more than the coins, jangling in a noble's purse. In your village kitchen, that chunk of crystal means safety, or as close to safety as a medieval winter allows. You press the slab to a side of fresh pork, watching brine bloom in pale streaks across the meat's pink flesh. Heavy salting wasn't just a trick, it was survival science before science had a name. Salt drew moisture out, leaving bacteria gasping. A well-packed ham could hang for months, even years, if the cellar stayed cold and dry. Historians still debate how widespread true salt mastery was. Some monastic orders guarded their brining secrets like holy relics, while peasants along the coasts hacked salt lumps from marshes and tidal flats. Inland salt had to be bought brick by brick, barrel by barrel, hauled in wagons creaking over muddy ruts. Families rationed it as if it were gold dust. You lean close to the pork, feeling the tiny crystals bite your fingertips. Maybe your grandmother taught you how to rub it deep into every crease and fold. Maybe you learned by watching neighbors lose whole hogs to sudden rot, an entire winter's feast gone to the worms in a week. Beneath your feet, packed earth soaks up the brine. A dog noses the edge of the curing trough, hoping for a lick of salt. No luck today. This brine is for meat, not mutts. Tomorrow, you'll turn the slab's check for wet patches, sprinkle more salt if the fat glistens too freely. Salted meat made feasts possible on fasting days, market days, weddings, funerals. Sailors chewed it dry as leather farmers simmered it into stews that bubbled for hours to soften its iron toughness. Some say the salt made them thirstier, drinking ale and beer to wash down the brine, which in a twist kept waterborne plagues at bay. Or so the village gossips claimed. Researchers continue to debate whether salt alone held back entire waves of infection, or if it merely slowed the spoilage that carried hidden sickness. But in this cellar, under this thatched roof, you don't care about theories. You press another pinch of salt along the pork's edge, knowing the crystals promise another week of belly warmth when the snowdrifts grow mean. You stand wiping your gritty palms on a wool apron streaked white with salt dust. Somewhere behind you, a pot bubbles. A dog sighs, and the pork waits safe for now in its silent bed of brine and faith. A sharp tang fills your nose as you lift the lid off a squat earthen jar inside cucumbers, bob in brine so sour it prickles your eyes. Welcome to the vinegar corner of the medieval pantry, where pickles and barrels of pungent liquid did the quiet work of keeping decay at bay. You set the jar down on a splintered shelf, brushing away a stray cobweb. Vinegar was no luxury here. It was a silent guard against the creeping fuzz of rot. Families brewed it in casks tucked under stairs or buried in cellar corners, letting wine turn sour on purpose, transforming spoiled drink into liquid armor for vegetables, fruits, even scraps of leftover fish. Some scholars remain puzzled by just how intentional this sauerkraut really was. Did villagers understand the acidic bite fought bacteria? Or did they simply taste the sharpness and trust their guts, quite literally, that these sour pickles wouldn't send them to the village healer with a bellyache. You reach into the brine, pulling out a glistening cucumber. Its skin is wrinkled, dimpled with salt and thyme, but beneath that brine-burnished coat is crunch summer's memory, preserved through a winter of damp floors and hungry rats. You bite down the snap echoes off stone walls. No mold, no slime, just sour satisfaction. Vinegar lurked in more than jars of pickles. Kitchen hands dribbled it into stews to sharpen flavors and stretch dwindling meat stocks. Alewives mixed it into weak beer, hoping the tang masked off notes. In sick rooms, vinegar-soaked cloths, pressed against feverish brows, a faint ward against the unseen sickness drifting from village to village. A curious detail, monks sometimes recorded entire batches of spoiled wine as blessed vinegar trading barrels with neighbors who couldn't risk rotting apples or onions in the damp. Surviving cellar lists reveal pages of scribbled notes how long to steep garlic, when to turn cabbage, which herbs made the best pickling brine. Historians still argue whether these recipes were true science or just folklore that happened to work. In your imagined kitchen, you wipe vinegar off your fingertips and drop another cucumber into the jar, pushing it down until the brine laps over the rim. Outside, a rooster crows. Inside, rows of jars sit quietly, small, glassy sentinels lined up to keep spoilage at arm's length. You close the lid and step back, breathing in that sour tickle once more. For now, the vinegar keeps its secrets, and your pantry keeps its promise tomorrow's meal will not come with hidden surprises. A mug of frothy ale thuds onto the trestle table, warm, cloudy, and safer to drink than the village well. You wrap your hands around the rough clay and feel the quiet heartbeat of a medieval kitchen's greatest hidden defense beer. In an age when streams doubled as sewers and chamber pots emptied onto cobblestones, drinking plain water was a gamble. A sip from the wrong bucket could send a family to bed, feverish and never waking. But beer low in alcohol, brewed with boiled water and bitter hops, stood guard where pure water failed. You tilt the mug and taste it sharp, a little sour, heavy with yeast that clings to your tongue. Housewives, monks, and alewives alike mastered the art of small beer mild enough for children strong enough to kill what lurked in the village well. It was breakfast, lunch, supper. A toddler clutching a wooden mug was as common as a noble raising a goblet of wine. Some scholars still puzzle over whether medieval brewers fully grasped why their ale protected them. They knew boiling helped cauldrons bubbled for hours, barley thickening hops lending their sharp preservative bite. But the invisible world of microbes stayed hidden for centuries, its secrets locked in yeast froth and steam. In many towns, brewing was women's work. Wives and widows held the secrets of the mash tun. Some brewed in stone hearths, others in back alleys, behind taverns selling cloudy jars from door to door. Records show whole streets named after brewwives, whose casks and recipes outlasted husbands, sons, and sometimes the breweries themselves. Your breath fogs the rim of the mug as you sip again. Somewhere beyond these timber walls, the village well waits. But you'll stay here by the hearth, safer, warmer, and a little braver with each swallow. A loaf of coarse bread sits beside you, perfect for soaking up the ale's soft bite. There's a quirky old note from an abbey's brewing book, a warning scratched in Latin that too much beer makes sloppy monks. Yet the same scribes praised ale for keeping their brethren healthy when plague or dysentery swept through the countryside. Historians still argue if beer truly stemmed pandemics or simply dulled the dread with each foamy sip. You glance at a half-empty barrel, propped in the corner, its tap sticky with spilled malt. A young boy scurries past clay jug and hand mother's scolding voice trailing him out the door. He'll fetch enough for supper and maybe a bit more to trade for tomorrow's soup bone. You raise your mug one last time, feeling the warmth slide down your throat, a quiet promise that tonight at least you won't gamble your gut on the village well. The fire cracks, the mug empties, and somewhere in the dark, a brewer's cauldron bubbles on. A rush of dry heat greets your face as you push open the creaking wooden door to the village's communal oven. Inside, the air hums with the hiss of crackling logs and the faint yeasty sigh of dough rising in the shadows. You step closer, feeling soot brush your sleeve as your eyes adjust to the flicker of flame bouncing off stone walls blackened by centuries of bread and ash. Communal ovens were more than places to bake loaves. They were hidden guardians of hygiene in a time when the word didn't yet exist. Villagers who couldn't afford private hearths brought lumps of dough wrapped in linen waiting their turn as neighbors swapped gossip and coals. Once the bread went in, so did more than just yeast and flour. The searing heat burned away pests that thrived in cool, damp corners of cramped cottages. You watch a boy tug a peel an old flat paddle, sliding round loaves into the mouth of the oven. The smell is heady sourdough tang, mingled with smoke, a crust forming even before the door claps shut. Historians still debate if the communal oven's blazing heat really drove away the fleas mites and molds that lingered in drafty kitchens. Some say it did, others argue it simply made the bread taste better, tougher, longer lasting. Either way, families trusted it more than their own smoldering hearths. A quirky detail: some villages find families who refused to use the communal oven, fearing spoiled or half-baked bread could spread illness or attract vermin. The oven was part bakery, part watchtower, one hot mouth feeding the whole community, one roaring flame guarding against what lurked in cold larders. You lean closer, tracing the soot marks, rings from loaves, past scorch prints, from pies a faint outline of a burnt goose from a forgotten feast. A woman beside you hums softly, her hands dusted white, flicking stray crumbs into the fire. She pulls her loaf out, knocks it with a knuckle hollow. Means safe, means baked through, means another week without mold creeping under the crust. Outside, children chase each other with crusts in hand, trailing crumbs like careless breadcrumbs for the rats that wait for nightfall. But tonight, they'll go hungry. The oven's heat has sealed each loaf, tight warding off the damp. Some records from manors and monasteries list bread ovens as prized assets. Monks drafted careful timetables. Peasant families haggled for their slot. And when the oven's belly emptied, its dying warmth, dried herbs, cured sausage, even warmed the stone benches where grandmothers dozed, trusting that as long as the coals glowed, something dangerous stayed just a little further away. You reach for your own loaf, still warm through the cloth. It thuds against your palm, hard crust, soft crumb. You cradle it, close the scent clinging to your skin like hope. Outside, the oven's walls, winter waits, but inside your arms, you carry a quiet promise that tomorrow's breakfast will be safe, simple, and just a little bit cleaner than the world beyond the door. A dull gleam catches your eye as you rummage through the kitchen's battered shelves. There, it is a copper pot, its belly dented but polished, bright enough to catch the flicker of the hearth. You run your finger along the rim and feel a trace of warmth still lingering from last night's stew. In this medieval kitchen, copper was more than pretty shine. It was a hidden line of defense against the crawling, creeping things no one could name yet everyone feared. Long before microscopes or Louis Pasteur's tidy explanations, cooks and brewers noticed that food stored or stirred in copper pots spoiled less often. Some blamed the metal's heat, some praised the pot maker's skill, and some simply took it on faith-old wives' tales, wrapped around hammered rivets and handles gone green with age. You squat by the hearth and lift the pot closer to the firelight. Its inside glows, a soft rose gold, the faint tang of last week's pottage still clinging to the base. In the corner, a cat flicks its tail, sniffing the air for scraps. You imagine this pot, bubbling with broth iron bones, clinking against copper walls, every swirl of heat turning invisible threats into steam and safety. Researchers today still debate whether medieval folk understood copper's true secret ions that leached into broths, stews, and ales, quietly killing bacteria before they could kill you. Some scribes left scattered notes about pots that sweetened the brew, a half-remembered echo of what we now call antimicrobial properties. But for most villagers, it was enough to know their stew kept better, their ale turned sour less quickly, and their soups tasted less suspicious the next day. A quirky old record from a monastery tells of a single copper cauldron passed down through generations of cooks. Each left their mark, a new handle, a patched crack, a prayer carved into the base to ward off spoilage and sin alike. Historians still puzzle over whether the prayer or the pot did the real work, but the result was the same: fewer bellyaches, fewer funerals. You tip the pot this way and that, watching the firelight dance across its battered skin. A scullery boy hovers nearby, with an iron ladle waiting his turn. He knows the copper pot is precious better than tin, lighter than iron, and worth its weight in salted meat if the winter drags on long enough. Outside the window, the wind rattles shutters loose on their hinges. Inside, you rest the pot back on the shelf. With a dull thunk, a quiet promise that tonight's stew will simmer in copper, not clay, and that maybe, just maybe, the hidden world of rot and ruin will stay on the far side of the door. Your fingers brush against the next pot iron, cold, indifferent. Sturdy enough, but no hidden shield like copper. You wonder, just for a heartbeat, how many lives this simple metal saved without anyone ever naming the danger it fought. In a kitchen like this, every tool whispers a secret bargain: the smokehouse, the salt slab, the vinegar jug, the warm communal oven, and now this dented pot, all soft armor against the invisible plagues that slip through cracks and under doors. You stoke the fire, settle the pot back on the coals, and lean in close enough to feel the heat blooming up your sleeve. The stew bubbles, the copper glows, and for tonight, that's enough. A dusty jug of wine rests on a crooked shelf, its cork stained purple, the wax seal cracked just enough to hint at secrets inside. You tilt it toward the firelight, watching thick liquid slosh against the clay, sweet spiced, and far from the delicate vintages you'd find in a noble's hall. Here, this humble jug of spiced wine is more than an evening treat. It's a quiet guardian in sick rooms and kitchens alike. You ease the cork free, catching a whiff of cloves and cinnamon swimming in the sour tang of cheap red wine. A hint of honey clings to the rim. Medieval cooks knew sweetness helped soften the sharp edges of spoiled or rough drink. They poured spices into wine, not just for taste, but to stretch its life, to turn last year's half vinegar into something that didn't twist the gut on the way down. You pour a careful cup, watching it swirl like liquid rubies. Some households kept a small jug close to the bed when coughs rattled through timber walls. A warm sip soothed sore throats. A quick splash wiped down wooden spoons, even a cloth soaked in spiced wine pressed against wounds or sickly brows. No one fully knew why it helped. Some scholars argue medieval folks guessed at the disinfecting bite of alcohol and cloves. Others say it was wishful thinking wrapped in ritual. Either way, the sick slept easier with a cup by their pillow. In this small cottage, a mother hums over a pot of mulled wine simmering at the hearth. She tosses in a sprig of rosemary, a pinch of nutmeg filched from the spice merchant's stall, a twist of dried orange peel saved from a festival long past. The fire coaxes steam into the beams above, scenting the rafters with warmth sharp enough to chase away winter's creeping chill. A quirky detail not all wine was highborn. Peasants and tavern keepers mixed dregs and watered-down barrels into spiced concoctions called hippocras or clary. Recipes traveled by word of mouth, scribbled on scraps of parchment, tucked between prayer notes in a monk's ledger. Some lists called for peppercorns, others for ginger, others for a dash of rosewater, if luck or a wealthy patron provided such luxury. You sip the cup, the warmth slipping past your teeth like a hush. Outside, a neighbor coughs behind thin wattle and daub walls. But here in your shadowed corner, the spiced wine hums its sleepy tune. Historians still debate whether this mild disinfectant truly fended off plague, or if its comfort was half the cure. A boy curls near the hearth, a cloth soaked in the wine draped across his forehead. He dozes, lips parted, breath easy for now. A cat whines between your ankles, sniffing at the abandoned cork, hoping for scraps that never come. You set the jug back in its nook, cork-pressed firm wax softening against the warmth of the room. In a kitchen like this, even the humble wine jug stands guard, sweet-spiced, half medicine, half indulgence proof that sometimes survival tastes just a little like stolen luxury. You lean against the hearthstone, feeling its slow breath of heat against your back. The jug waits on its shelf, ready for another sip, another fevered brow, another hope that this quiet spiced remedy will keep the worst of the world at bay till dawn. A faint scent of mint drifts through the rafters as you push aside a curtain of drying herbs. Bundles of lavender sage and rosemary hang from rough beams, swaying just enough to brush your shoulder. You stand in the pantry's deepest corner, where herbs do more than flavor stews. They stand silent, guard against tiny invaders you'll never see but know too well. In this medieval kitchen, herbs fill every nook. Sprigs of rosemary tucked into flour sacks, lavender stuffed in linen drawers, mint crushed and scattered in corners where mice might creep. No microscope explains it yet, but instinct and observation whisper their own truths. These sharp, fragrant leaves repel pests that would love nothing more than to sink tiny teeth into your stores. You kneel beside a shelf, stacked with burlap sacks, barley peas the last of the oats. Between them, bundles of wormwood and tansy peek out dry and brittle, but still potent enough to make a rat think twice. Historians still argue how much medieval folk understood about insect deterrence. Was it trial and error, old wives' tales traded over backyard hedges, or careful notes scribbled by monks who cataloged every leaf's power? Your hand brushes a string of dried mint leaves. They crumble to dust under your thumb, releasing a crisp coolness that cuts through the stale air. Some kitchens hung mint above door frames, believing it warded off flies in summer heat. Others lined shelves with lavender sachets to keep weevils out of flour. No one dared store grain in dark corners without a herb bundle or two to stand watch. A quirky detail in a few monastic cookbooks, tiny drawings show herb-laced cheesecloth draped over honey pots, sweet and sharp, working together to keep bees out of the larder. Surviving records also mention rose petals scattered in storage chests, partly for scent, partly for the hidden punch of their oils. You straighten up, head brushing the dangling stems overhead. In the corner, a basket of onions rests under a pillow of bay leaves. A house cat dozes nearby, earning its keep as a four-legged pest patrol. For all its superstition and folklore, this herb-guarded pantry does its job. No rustle of beetles tonight, no quiet nibble of grain. Moths burrow deep in burlap folds. Outside the pantry door, the rest of the kitchen hums, copper pots, simmer the smokehouse, crackles. Vinegar jugs sweat in the cellar's damp. But here among hanging herbs and stale sweetness, you sense a different kind of defense. A gentle, fragrant line drawn between your food and the wild world, always trying to sneak in. Researchers continue to debate how these humble leaves held the line for so long, centuries before pest traps and sealed glass jars. Maybe it was luck, maybe coincidence, or maybe the nose knows what the eye cannot see. You gather a fresh bundle of rosemary, twining it tight with a scrap of twine. It crackles as you wedge it between sacks of peas and barley. For tonight, that sprig is a gatekeeper, a promise whispered in green that spring's pests will find no feast here. You step back, brushing dried mint off your sleeves, and close the pantry door. Outside, a barn owl hoots softly into the dusk. Inside, the herbs sway their scent, a quiet warning to anything small enough to slip under a door, yet bold enough to try. In this hush of stalks and stems, you feel the kitchen breathe a little easier, guarded by gardens that never sleep. A damp chill rolls up your sleeves as you duck into the cellar, a low, musty space where wheels of cheese sit like squat sentinels on warped wooden planks. You run your finger along a rind, thick with fuzzy white mold, then pull back when it flakes under your touch. In a world where bread could go stale overnight and meat spoiled at the whim of a warm breeze, cheese was an edible paradox. The moldier it looked on the outside, the safer it stayed within. You squat down eye level with a round of pale cheddar, its rind cracked just enough to reveal a creamy yellow heart. This cheese has survived months underground, tucked among straw and damp stones, aging into something sharper and sturdier than the milk it began as. Historians still debate when villagers first realized that letting cheese bloom with mold wasn't ruin, it was protection. Some claim it was accident, a wheel left too close to a leaky wall. Others insist monks mapped out the fungi, like early scientists, scribbling notes by flickering candlelight. A curious fact, medieval cheese caves weren't caves at all. More often, they were half-buried cellars or dark corners of the barn, cool enough to keep flies away, damp enough to feed the living rind that sealed the edible core. The villagers didn't know about penicillin, but they knew the rind fought rot and maggots better than bare milk ever could. You drag a wheel closer, its surface tacky with years of damp straw and a faint whiff of sharpness that prickles your nose. Mice might gnaw the edges, but they rarely broke through the fortress of mold. Some pests learned quick that the taste turned bitter near the rind. Clever humans just cut deeper, slicing past the bloom into the safe belly of the wheel. In the flickering candlelight, you catch a glimpse of the shelf above small rounds wrapped in cloth, dusted with ash, or pressed into barrels brimming with brine. Each has its secret blue veins creeping through crumbly cores, hard rinds that crack like bark, soft rounds that sag under their own weight. Families traded recipes the way they traded gossip quietly, carefully, one bite at a time. Some scholars remain puzzled by how much these moldy rinds protected villagers from foodborne misery. Was it deliberate science or desperate luck that what looked spoiled outside could guard fresh nutrition within a single wheel might mean the difference between hunger and comfort when snow cut off trade roads for weeks on end? You run a finger under the edge of one wheel, lifting it gently. Beneath the mold, the cheese sweats a little oils, pooling in tiny cracks. A sharp knife waits on a nearby shelf, its wooden handle worn smooth by generations of cautious cuts. A dog huffs behind you, nose twitching at the promise of scraps too strong for any human to swallow. A quirky old record from a northern dairy village mentions wheels buried under hay bales, hidden from tax collectors who'd rather weigh the cheese than trust a farmer's word. Hidden cheese meant hidden survival, a small rebellion in a world where spoilage was as relentless as any noble's levy. You stand hefting the wheel to your hip, feeling its solid weight anchor you to the damp floor. The cellar smells of straw, earth, and something else, hope, wrapped in mold and patience. You wipe your hand on your apron, leaving a pale smear of soft bloom behind. Outside this cellar, a cold wind rattles the wooden shutters. But down here, the quiet breathes easy wheels, stacked neatly, mold blooming like tiny winter gardens, each rind a soft living wall against ruin. You place the wheel back onto its straw nest, pressing it gently into the hollow left by months of waiting. A small crack in the ceiling lets in a single line of moonlight, glinting off the pale ridges and deep shadows. For now, the cheese stays safe. The mold does its hidden work, and you, keeper of secrets and cellar, climb back toward the kitchen above where a knife and loaf wait to greet the night. A thin spiral of steam curls into the rafters as you lean over the wide iron cauldron hanging in the kitchen's brick hearth. The air is thick with the smell of onions, root vegetables, and slow-simmered meat, an aroma so rich you can almost taste the warmth before a single spoonful passes your lips. This is no quick bite. This is a medieval stew, bubbling for hours, sometimes days. Its gentle boil more than a meal. It's a subtle, relentless cleansing. Your fingers brush the cauldron's blackened rim. It's sooty from decades of fires stoked by mothers, grandmothers, and children. Too small to lift a pot, but old enough to stir with a wooden ladle. Each swirl of the broth scrapes the bottom clean, lifting bits of bone and scraps of meat into the swirl, feeding the family and keeping sickness just 1 degree further away. Historians still argue how aware medieval cooks were that long rolling boils could drive away more than just the winter chill. Some scribes note that the endless pot, always on, never quite empty, was one of the quietest defenses against gut-wrenching illnesses that could sweep through villages like a rumor. Some say it was mere thrift. Why waste good broth when bones can give a little more if they just simmer longer? You reach for the ladle and stir, watching fat droplets dance across the bubbling surface. A shank bone rattles against the side, a small knock like a lullaby in iron. This iron cauldron is no fine copper pot, but its deep belly and steady heat kill what the salted pork might leave behind. The longer the boil, the safer the stew, or so the cooks believed when the wind howled under doorways and rain slipped through thatch. A quirky old tale tells of a village stew pot that never emptied for a decade straight. Every morning, neighbors dropped in scraps, a carrot, a strip of salted beef, a sprig of sage from a half-frozen garden. Each evening, they ladled out bowls until only bones and broth remained, then filled it again by dawn. Some scholars call it myth, but somewhere in the records, faded ink hints that such pots really did anchor kitchens from Normandy to the Carpathians. You duck closer, breathing in the broth's rising heat. The steam beads on your forehead, carrying away the sting of smoke and the bite of winter air that always creeps through the doorframe. A cat pads past tail high, hoping for a drip of fat to fall onto the hearthstones. You give the pot a lazy swirl, just to tease her nothing yet furball. Patience is as essential as salt. Your mind drifts as you stir back to the salted meats from the cellar, the herbs hung to dry in the pantry, the copper pot that guards your broth's future. All these tiny safeguards swirl together here inside this cauldron's soft rolling thunder. You wonder if the village healers understood this chemistry, if they guessed that a slow, relentless bubble could hush the invisible plagues that slipped into crowded cottages after dusk. Some researchers remain puzzled by whether these stews truly boiled long enough to sterilize danger, or just push the worst risks further down the road. But for now, you rest your chin on your hand, feeling the warmth seep into your bones, while you wait for the next ladle to rise. Outside, wind rattles the shutters again. But here, the only sound that matters is the lazy pop of fat on broth, the soft clank of bone against iron. Tomorrow, you'll skim the surface, add another pinch of salt toss in whatever's left from yesterday's meal potatoes. If you're lucky, maybe a twist of turnip greens, if the frost hasn't claimed them all. The stew will outlast the snow, the wind, the fleeting squeak of mice that never dare the hearth's heat. Each spoonful draws you closer to morning, a hush in every mouthful, a promise that this pot's slow, stubborn boil is still the best shield you have. You draw the ladle through the broth one last time, then hang it from a blackened hook above the mantel. The cat curls up in the warm spot you leave behind. In this kitchen, iron and patience keep the dark at bay, one lazy bubble at a time. Your fingertips brush cool clay as you lift a squat jug from the cellar floor. Its curved belly sweats in the damp air beads of condensation rolling down its rough side like tiny wandering rivers. This humble clay jug, unassuming dull brown, maybe chipped along its rim, holds one more quiet secret from medieval kitchens: the art of keeping things cold before anyone dreamed of ice boxes or humming fridges. You heft the jug, feeling its weight shift with a gentle slosh. Inside, milk clings to the clay walls, still sweet, despite the warmth waiting just outside the cellar door. For centuries, clay jugs and pots like this one worked day and night, hiding dairy and drink from the creeping spoilage that thrived in crowded huts and sunny farmyards. You set the jug down near a trickle of spring water running through a shallow trench cut into the stone floor. The air here tastes of earth and moss, the cool constant enough to hush the bacteria that would swarm a cup of milk left by the hearth. Some villagers half buried their jugs in soft clay pits lined with straw. Others sunk them in streams tied to wooden stakes so the current wouldn't carry their precious cargo away. Historians still puzzle over just how widespread these cellar tricks were. Some monastic records describe clever, double-walled crocks, air pockets acting like primitive insulation. Folk tales speak of traveling merchants who wrapped cheese and milk in wet cloths, the slow evaporation drawing away just enough heat to keep things from turning foul before they reached the next village market. You tip the jug a little, sniffing the rim. Fresh, still good, no sour tang, yet no clumps curling at the edge. A boy ducks past you, arms full of herbs for the pantry. He spares a glance at your jug, envy flickering in his eyes. Milk means more than morning porridge. It's butter cheese trade or a sip of sweetness in a world of salted pork and stale rye. A quirky detail, in some villages, clay jugs doubled as stealthy banks. Families dropped spare coins into the bottom, trusting the chill clay to keep not only their milk, but their savings safe from wandering fingers. Dig up the jug at spring's end. If the milk was gone, maybe the coins weren't. You run your palm along the jug's curve, tracing the faint ridges where the potter's fingers spun wet clay into something timeless. This is no polished copper or sturdy iron, just earth and water hardened in fire, guarding the liquid life it holds within. Some researchers argue clay's slight seepage helps two tiny pores bleeding a whisper of moisture that evaporates and robs the heat of its sting. You haul the jug closer to the spring's trickle, nestling it into the shallow run, where icy water laps at its belly. A cat trails after you, ever hopeful tail flicking as you settle the jug into its cold cradle. Outside, sunlight hammers the cottage walls, but down here, the dark stays kind. The jug keeps its hush. The milk stays sweet a day or two longer, enough to butter bread or feed a restless child before dusk steals the last warmth from the hearth upstairs. Some villagers whispered blessings over clay jugs before first used tiny charms scratched under the lip to keep spoilage away. No one agrees if the magic worked, but the milk did last more often than not long enough for the next morning's chores. You brush dust from your sleeve stand and glance back at the row of jugs lined like squat soldiers along the cellar wall. Each hums with the same soft promise: when the sun burns too hot, when the well water runs warm, when the cook's back is turned, these plain clay bellies will hold the cold just a little longer. You wipe your palm on your apron and listen for the hush of the spring. It murmurs under stone, same as it did for the grandparents who stacked these shelves before you were ever born. In this hush, the clay jug waits cool, patient, a simple vessel, standing watch against the world's spoilage, one drop at a time. The sun dips behind the crooked rooftops of your village, and the scent of roasted meat fades from the hearth as you step into a small, cold room where a single candle flickers. Tonight, the stew pot stays untouched. The bread sits heavy on its shelf. A quiet custom, older than the plagues themselves, takes its turn at the table, a fast that slips between hunger and hope born from faith, yet leaving ripples that few would understand for centuries to come. You settle onto a rough stool, your hands resting on your knees. For generations, peasants and nobles alike obeyed the holy calendar's rhythms, days when no meat passed their lips, when stews simmered without pork bones, when butter and cheese hid in cellars untouched. Some did it for piety, others for the soft promise that maybe, just maybe, an empty belly made room for a safer tomorrow. Historians still argue whether these plague-era fasts truly shielded villages from the invisible threats that stalked muddy streets. One camp points to the days of abstinence as accidental quarantine. Less meat meant less chance of tainted cuts, fewer open markets buzzing with flies and gossip alike. Others insist the fasts offered no real defense at all, only the illusion of control in a world with too little of it. You shift on your stool, the chill biting through your thin cloak. In some towns, fasts fell in step with the season's lean winter months, when livestock thinned out naturally, when salt barrels ran dry. Church bells marked the days, echoing through damp stone walls, reminding the faithful that restraint could be as nourishing as any feast. A quirky note in an old friar's ledger tells of entire monasteries that claimed plague spared their halls. Because they fasted so strictly, meat rarely crossed their tables, even when they were free to feast. Surviving records blur truth with wishful myth. Did fasting truly ward off contagion? Or did the strict cloistered life just keep sickly outsiders away? You watch the candle's flame bow low with every draft from the cracked door. A hunk of rye bread rests beside you stale, but filling enough if hunger whispers too loudly. You tear a corner off, chew, slowly pretending you can taste butter that isn't there. In nearby cottages, families sit quiet around darkened hearths. Children drift to sleep with empty bowls in their laps, dreaming of pies and sausages that tomorrow might allow again. For now, the empty plates stand guard where salt and vinegar cannot reach one more small ritual against ruin. You lean back, shoulder brushing cold stone. Somewhere in the shadows, the smokehouse waits with its fragrant fish. The salt pork rests hidden in brine. They'll last longer now, stretched by nights like these when the stew stays cold. A practical benefit hidden inside the holy vow. Researchers continue to dig through fragile parchments, seeking proof that hunger saved lives as often as salt or smoke. The answers slip between lines, smudged by candle wax and centuries of hungry prayers. Maybe the truth is simpler. Fasting gave frightened hearts something to do when fear alone would have eaten more than any rat or fly. You sigh, pressing your thumb against the crumb of bread in your palm. This pause, this hollow moment in the kitchen's busy rhythm, hums with a strange comfort. Tomorrow, the pot will bubble again. The copper will gleam. The meat will stew until the house smells of salt and fat and warmth. Tonight, silence does the guarding. A thin shield stitched from faith and chance, but strong enough to carry you through one more cold dusk, while the world beyond your door shifts in shadows you can't name. A gust of warm air rolls across your face as you step beyond the cramped cottage walls and into a clearing where the whole village seems to have gathered under a patchwork of dusk and drifting wood smoke. The scent of roasting meat, fresh bread, and spilled ale curls around the chatter of neighbors. Tonight the hearth is not behind stone. Tonight the feast spills under open skies where plague and stale air lose their grip. Medieval fairs and outdoor feasts were more than revelry. They were accidental sanctuaries from the smoke-choked kitchens and cramped common rooms where stale breath and hidden illness lingered too easily. Out here, wind slipped between tables, carrying laughter, but scattering what no one could see. A happy accident, historians now say, that these outdoor gatherings broke the chain of sickness that dark rooms tightened. You pause by a rough wooden bench, where a boy tears into a chunk of pork grease on his chin, eyes wide as a troop of fiddlers tune their strings nearby. A mother ladles stew from a blackened pot hanging above an open fire pit, its iron belly bubbling with roots and herbs gathered just beyond the hedgerow. Between mouthfuls, neighbors trade stories, bits of gossip, a stray rumor about a new peddler hawking peppercorns from the coast. Some scholars remain puzzled about how intentional this open-air dining was. Did villagers sense the danger of sealed huts? Or did they simply crave fresh air, driven from smoky rafters by the warmth of summer and the promise of cheap ale under star-pricked skies? Surviving feast records offer clues, but no clear verdict. Banners strung from tree to tree notes about which family offered cider or cakes, how long the dancing lasted before dawn broke over dewy grass. A quirky footnote hides in a faded ledger from a rural manor an order from a minor lord forbidding indoor feasts during times of sickness. His steward scribbled the decree beside an inventory of hogs and ale barrels as if it were just another line item in the business of survival. Was it wisdom or just the fear of losing workers to a cough, pass too easily by firelight and low ceilings. You wander between trestle tables laden with pies and cheeses. A jug of spiced wine trades hands from one red-cheeked farmer to another. Children dart beneath benches, hands sticky with honey cakes filched when the cook looked away. Dogs weave between legs, hopeful for bones and crusts tossed their way by tipsy neighbors. Your fingers brush the rough edge of a wooden platter piled high with salted fish, the same fish that once hung above your smokehouse coals, now unwrapped under the open sky, safe to share where cold winds slip between heads, bowed in laughter and song. A fiddler strikes a tune, sharp and quick, matched by the clatter of feet on packed earth. Laughter bounces across the field, uncoiling tension that no herb or vinegar jug could chase away. Researchers continue to debate if these outdoor gatherings did more than lift spirits. Did the wind really scatter plague's breath? Or did these moments simply feed hearts grown thin with winter's hush and hunger? Maybe it didn't matter. Maybe the promise of fresh air and fuller bellies did enough. You stand back from the fire eyes, following a line of smoke as it drifts into the canopy above. Lanterns swing from branches overhead, pools of flickering gold in the gathering dusk. Voices swell and hush, carrying the age-old story that a full table, a cool breeze, and a neighbor's grin can hold back shadows longer than any locked door. A mother presses a warm roll into your hand, fresh from the communal oven that slept cold today, its heat traded for a bonfire under moonlight. The bread is soft steam curling from its torn middle. You break it apart, let the warmth slip into your palm, and taste the promise that tonight at least is safe. In a world that rarely felt gentle, these outdoor feasts turn meadows into kitchens, hedgerows into pantries, dusk into a shield. You tilt your head back, breathing in the hush between songs, feeling the wind slip across your cheek, as if to say, breathe easy, just for tonight. A single wick flickers on the battered kitchen table. As you slip back indoors, the warmth of the outdoor feast still lingering on your sleeves. You stand among empty hooks and cold hearthstones, staring at shelves that once bristled with salted pork, pickled onions, and smoked trout. Centuries later, modern kitchens hum with refrigerators and freezers, the click of electric kettles, and shiny chrome knobs, replacing the hiss of coals and the creak of wooden spoons. But somewhere, in the shadows, you can almost hear those old tricks whisper, "Remember us." You rest your palm on the smooth oak counter, worn soft by generations of hands who trusted salt vinegar smoke and good iron more than they trusted luck alone. Somewhere in the clatter of modern life, we forgot how a single sprig of mint could stand guard over a shelf of oats. How a copper pot battered but gleaming could hush unseen dangers before anyone named them germ. Historians still argue whether these kitchen tricks were born of science or stubborn trial and error, whether the old wives who rubbed salt into pork flitches knew more than they let on. Some say they were simply desperate building tiny walls against famine and fever with whatever they had. Others insist their quiet routines hid deeper wisdom that we, with our glowing screens and humming fridges, let slip through our fingers like flour dust. You run a fingertip along a faded groove in the table's edge, perhaps carved by a bored child waiting for bread to rise, or a mother humming softly as she bundled herbs against the window's draft. In this groove sits a whole history of small, stubborn defenses, vinegar crocks tucked under stairs, beer barrels foaming in dark cellars, jugs of milk pressed to cold stones, while summer heat pressed at the door. A quirky old record buried in a dusty parish ledger notes a single winter when the salt ran out early. Families traded smoked fish for candles, vinegar for blankets. A few villages starved, but others survived, barely thanks to a cellar of clay jugs sunk deep in damp earth, thanks to iron cauldrons bubbling long into nights that never seemed to end. We forget how these ordinary tools once kept ordinary people alive when the world outside threatened to swallow them whole. You glance at your modern pantry, where jars line up like soldiers. Pickles jams the occasional homemade sourdough starter waiting for its next feeding. Maybe you've felt the quiet pull of these old tricks too, without naming it a sudden urge to dry herbs in a sunny window, to salt your own fish just to see if you could. Maybe it's not about necessity anymore. Maybe it's something older athread that tugs us back to a time when survival hummed softly between the smokehouse rafters and the slow boil of a stew. Researchers continue to debate whether these ancient kitchen crafts have lessons for us now. Could they rescue our food today? Could a vinegar jar on a shelf or a humble clay jug in a corner save us from all the hidden spoilage we still fear, masked now by sterile wrappers and factory seals? Some say yes, some shrug. But deep down, you feel the answer hum in your chest as you glance at that empty hearth. You close your eyes for a heartbeat, imagining the hush of a medieval kitchen at dawn, the smokehouse embers sighing, the copper pot gleaming beside a banked fire, the hush of wind slipping through herbs strung from beams. These were not just methods, they were talismans against the dark, a way of saying, we see you, we smell you, we'll keep you out. You open your eyes. The wick trembles, once dances low and steadies again. Tomorrow, you'll flick a switch for light. The fridge will hum softly, masking what the old world would have handled with salt smoke clay and patient heat. But tonight, you stand here, hands on the same oak eyes, tracing the shadows, where old wisdom waits patient, half forgotten, always ready to guard another meal from ruin. You run your thumb along the groove one last time, and you wonder if modern chefs will ever really remember, or if the best secrets of medieval kitchens will stay right here, quiet as a salted fish in a smokehouse, waiting for the next hungry winter, the next empty shelf, the next soul willing to listen to a whisper carried on vinegar's tang and copper's glow. The candle burns lower, the shadows stretch longer, and your breath eases as if the old kitchens still stand guard around you. Smokehouse, cellar hearth, and pantry lined with herbs that never sleep. Let your mind drift down those damp stone steps, past the salted barrels and clay jugs, the hush of wind through the thatch, the soft bubbling of broth on iron. Here in the quiet, the world outside softens its edges. Let the hum of your own home fade behind the slow curl of imagined smoke, the comforting scratch of salted rind beneath your fingertips. Breathe deep. Let the old tricks soothe you, vinegar tang mint on the shelf, a loaf cooling by the oven that kept fleas and cold at bay. And if you're still awake, maybe whisper a thank you to the kitchens that came before the ones that salted smoked, fasted and feasted beneath open skies, so the line between hunger and hope stayed unbroken. If you'd like to drift back to stories like these, you can always come find this voice again. Quietly, of course. And if you're still here half asleep, tell me, what ancient kitchen trick would you try if the lights ever went out?